What's up, guys? Oh, just give me 1 second. I gotta get back into the swing of things. It has been a week. Been a week. But I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm anxious. I'm scared. I'm excited. I'm not really stressed. I don't know how to put it. Like, I was thinking about it this morning. Like, am I stressed or am I just anxious? There aren't really, like, any possibilities of something that could happen that I haven't anticipated. I'm pretty sure I know what's gonna happen in a week. We'll see if I'm right or wrong on that. But I'm anxious about what will happen. Like, which one is it gonna be? And, you know, depending on what it is, I might have to push things in this direction or push things in this direction. And it'll have to be, you know, pretty fast, right? The ball will have to get moving fast. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily the case, but it does not really help that it's coinciding with me moving to a new city. That's not going to be very enjoyable. I mean, well, let's just put it this way. Doing all this at the same time, or roughly the same time, is not going to be great. Almost running out of these. But I'm pretty, I'll share with you guys the schedule that I have planned out for preparing in that last week, because we have, like, you know, last week of streams, right? But then I have one more week before we're starting to pitch. And I have some things that I need to prepare for that, of course. Get things printed out. I can show you, like, the business cards that we have planned to print. See what you guys think of that. Oh, that's good. Good stuff. And I'm not too sure what we're gonna do with this final week, because we have 5 days, right? 5 more days of streams, including today. And we need to prepare a build by the end of the week, because I need to have it tested so that if I need to make any small changes, small bug fixes, we have time to do that. So I need to make a build, let you guys test it, make some small changes and fixes, and then, you know, if we need to do that, make one final build that will then upload and get prepared for publishers and whatnot. So there's going to be like a cutoff point, I guess, where maybe near like Thursday or Friday we won't have much game work to do, because I just won't have any time to, you know, jump into anything too large. But we'll play it by ear, and we'll see what happens, because there might be some unknown that occurs there, right? Hopefully, if there are any unknowns, they are unknown knowns. That's the one we want. Those are the good ones. Those are the good ones. That means that it's something we didn't anticipate, but we know how to solve it. Let's get the build update. And I know my friend worked on the level a little bit. And we'll see if we need to touch up any of the level logic where he did so. Add a new path from hut to beach waterfall. Okay, that's fine. Elevated terrain behind hut to have more elevation. I mean, we shouldn't need to make any major changes. Also, I might promote this stream a little bit to a couple of Discords I'm in. I've been kind of saving it for like the right time, and I think this week would be a good time to do it, because we're about to jump into the project. I think it looks really nice. And yeah, I mean, we can just talk about what we're planning to do. Let me do that. How can I do that really quick? Self-promote. That's me. That's what I want to do. Guys, we're working on you know, I kind of should pitch this a little bit. Open world Chronicles, and I love to have new people in the stream. Especially new and varied game devs. Have a friendly community and provide advice to those needing it. We do have friendly, we have a good community. I like how we're building it up so far. And then I want to upload the screenshot that we took. I really like the screenshot we made. Except I forget where it is. I think it's in here. Where's the one we took most recently? Oh, wait, did I take it from home? Hold on, I can grab it. I can grab it from, like, Twitter. I think I took it from home because I could boost up the graphics a bit more. It's this one. Do 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 do. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. Where is it? There it is. Okay, that looks good. And there's one other one that I think I can shove this into. Little sneaky. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, he really boosted this up. Okay, let's wait for the navigation to build. Let's see what. You should still be able to go over the. Maybe I'll make like a little space in between, because I like the player being able to see the beach when they start. Maybe that's just me. I mean, maybe people kind of like having that, I guess, come into view. Let's see what it feels like. Do the tutorial here. Oh, that's kind of picturesque. Seeing that valley, the valley of mountains back there. That kind of draws you in. You missed the main path, did I? Is there one that like cuts through the And by the way, anything that I say I'm not too sure about, don't believe me. Because we had the regular path over here, right? Oh, little bridge. Got a little stream here or something? Oh, I see. Oh, this looks nice. I like this. Yeah, I mean, I think to some extent being able to have this kind of pop into view probably does make it more impactful, I guess. Any issues with getting the ingredients to move up with the terrain? I always worry about those. Oh god, now the forest feels like a little bit of a maze. Fine if you want to add anything. I don't think I do. I mean, I'll just double check it to make sure I'll like any. I don't think there was any logic there, like any game logic, and just to make sure that the plants and animals are okay. But I'm sure they are. Yeah, I'll just do a pass. And wait, not kick the beach ball around for an hour, okay? We're not doing that today. As much as I really enjoy kicking that beach ball around. Nav should be fine. You know, we put the bounds of the nav box up pretty high because we need to make it work with everything even higher than it, of course. And I think I'm generally okay with the animals moving on these rocks. I don't really see any problems. Could add a few, maybe just one box here or something, or a couple boxes. Didn't check for the animals? Yeah, no worries. I mean, if nothing's under the ground, it should be fine. It doesn't really look like there is. Did you move any of the ingredients around at all? Because maybe there'd be some better locations for them that would kind of feel more natural to the landscape. Yeah, like usually we place some flowers around the tree with hive, so we could place some flowers up there. That might look nice. Or something along the sides of here. I'll touch that up today. I'll add some things. Do you think that there's enough, I mean this is an open question, do you think that there's enough to tell the player that the pathway is to their left when they're walking down here? I mean, I guess they can see it, like it's not hidden. There is a light, and it's not obfuscated or obscured in any way. No worries, I might delete some of the plants and put them in more like proper locations, I suppose. Just something to match the new terrain. Animals should be okay though. I don't see anything that would cause the animals to have a problem up here. It all looks fine. And you touched up one other thing too, right? You touched up the what did you touch up? Beach, LA terrain. I guess this was it, right? This looks really nice. I like it. I wonder, okay, so I was walking this way, right, on this path, and right here, I see this visual pathway towards these two mountains. I was wondering if there was anything we could do to draw the player's eye that way and open, you know, almost make that draw the player in to go off the path a bit. If it's even worthwhile doing, I don't know. I'm gonna place a nav mesh bounds here. Or modifier bounds. Can, yeah, either by lowering the terrain or placing the trees in a certain way to draw eyes in that direction. I don't know what I'll be doing today. I'm in this weird phase with the last week where, like, I want to stream, of course, I want to work on it, but I don't want to jump into anything too large because there's just not enough time to finalize it and, you know, get it all tested. So the small things do kind of help with stream content. Should be a bit better. These rocks look fine. I think if the animals get up there, they're okay. I'm a little worried about them potentially getting stuck back there, but I guess we'll see. Okay, that looks... There's one Tim Kaine video we can react to today as well, which might be fun. Alright, let's see what we got for the ingredients here. If I remove the foliage, I should be able to see all of the ingredients. Not the landscape. Navigation. Because for some reason, even though the ingredients are part of the landscape layer, they're placed with the landscape layer, I guess because they're blueprints, they don't... I don't know. Let's just put it this way. Unreal is not the biggest fan of child blueprint components and anything that contains them. Yeah, we got one bush stuck here. We can move that out of here. Or just delete it. Might just delete it. A lot of pink flowers over here. Yeah, there's a couple of things stuck in the rocks. Fine. The ingredients are very sneaky, they like to hide. Might move some of this away. Oh, that's fine, we can add stuff. I don't mind adding more than the player needs. The prototype anyway. Okay, let's add them. What do we need? We deleted, I think, a couple of flame grass. Oh, I don't know what we deleted. We definitely deleted a flowering bush. We can place one more of those. I mean, we already have 35 of them, so... Not super important. Might place one of them down here. One there. One there. Keeping this open is really nice, I think. It's fine. Does it trigger you as a level designer to have floating trees? I'll never get mad at a game that has like a bunch of floating trees and some floating foliage here and there, because it's just such an easy problem to occur. Unless the game, you know, has it all over the place, where it's like, okay, they clearly just placed their foliage. They didn't actually go back and check if things were properly underneath the landscape. You know, at a certain point, if it occurs too much, it just feels like the developers didn't care. But it's really easy to miss some trees here and there. Okay. Water, foxtail, cactus. Nope, no cacti here. Ghostweed, lamb's ear. We don't have a whole lot of flame grass or ghostweed. Could add some more flame grass. Add a couple more ghostweed as well up here. Lamb's ear, maiden fingers, nightshade. Yeah, we could add a nightshade up here. I think we deleted a couple of those that were under the rocks. Speaking of rocks. Let's see what else we have. Red teacup. Yeah, if we could add a couple more mushrooms up here, because we have a lot of rocks, it would make sense. Val, I think when you were placing some trees by hand, you had a rock selected at the same time. So it placed both a rock and a tree down. Which I have done so many times, I don't even want to admit. Let's pretend that it only happens to you. I mean, it only happened a couple times, so it is what it is. I think my worst was I placed 10 ingredients down in there. I had a rock mesh and an ingredient selected. Or no, I think I had 2 ingredients selected, so I was accidentally placing 2 ingredients down in the same location. Stupid. Had 2 trees and 1 rock selected all at the same time. Dude, it happens. I wish I kind of told you that you had that. One thing I do is I just do like Control A and then I select and unselect. Just to be safe, because I've messed up so many times now. A lot of those. Another elder mist or something around here. Okay. That looks pretty good. And as far as I know, there wasn't any logic in this area to really worry about. Could touch up the tangents of this line point. Everything else should be okay. Oh, you added some leaf particles. Those are nice. Maybe I should use more of those. I didn't really take a look at what particle effects we have. Except for like the fairy lights, I guess. Which, I mean, they do look nice. Time. Yeah, those look good. We could make this pathway dirt instead of like the stone on cobble. Be a bit of a worn path. I really wish we had like a gravel, dirt and gravel kind of landscape layer. The best we have is this, which is, I don't know. It's something. God, the sounds are really quiet. I kind of wish we had a larger attenuation radius on the street lamps, but I'm a little worried about performance with that many of them. These get snow just fine. These should as well. Yes. Okay, those look good then. No issues. Everything that should be receiving snow is receiving snow. light bleeding through though. Yeah, looks good. Iron bush is not static. Orange bush isn't static, what? Huh? $31 and $37. Okay, the mesh on this is static. The ones that I placed out new. Oh yeah, they're set to movable. Why?
I declare bankruptcy!
Hey, Lazy Fangs, how you doing?
Lazy_fangs just resubscribed for 4 months.
Yeah.
Morn and boss.
Morning.
How we doing?
Good. Anxious. How are you doing? I saw that you finished your. By the way, thank you for the resub. How are you doing with your demo, your game, prototype? Where am I looking? Foliage. Prototype. Look, the word prototype is seared into my brain. Guess I'll keep working on it until it's done. That's great. How do you feel about it? I haven't been able to take a look yet. I've been so damn busy, even on my days off. Even if it's crap, I'll release it. That is a good mentality to have. Very few people are gonna judge you for. Oh yeah, it is set to move. Didn't we set these to movable? Why did we set these to movable? What, was it for the dynamic shadows? Do we need that though? I guess one person on my Discord made a speedrun and declared themselves #1. Gotta break their run. I had somebody speedrun my mod for Darkest Dungeon, which is pretty insane. I could never even attempt to break their speed. Mentals wiped a week for 8 to 10 hour streams ruined me. I can't imagine how you're doing it. I don't know. I used to try to stream for 8 hours a day and it was just horrendous. I couldn't do it. But that was when I was streaming games. Now that I'm streaming development, I don't know. Something about it feels different. Okay, I should fix that warning. Yeah, good. I mean, at the very least, the flowering bush doesn't need to be dynamic. Probably the rest of the level doesn't need to be dynamic either. It could just be static, like the rest of the ingredients. I'm not 100 on that. No, I'm glad that you finished it. That's really awesome. You can motivate me. Like, if Lazy Fangs can finish it, I can finish this. Not setting the bar high. I mean, it doesn't matter how high the bar is if you never even attempt to go over it anyway, right? I mean, there are a lot of people like that that just you know, for whatever reason, either by choice or just by circumstance, especially like, you know, with like mental health reasons, they want to do something, but you know, they don't take that first step. And if you don't take the first step, you'll never be able to take a second step. So your best chances of taking a second step are to take the first step. You're like, well, Mr. Raptor, I like to skip stairs when I go up them. You know what? Fuck you. I'm happy I dumped the other game. Totally different feel with this one. It's cute, it has potential. I should have stopped trying to squeeze water out of a rock. Oh man, I mean, if... That's something that even the best designers can still fall into. That's something I'm afraid we'll fall into if we're not careful with Cauldron Chronicles. And I have a bit of a stake in making it successful because, you know, it's like if I were just working on it on my own, I could accept the embarrassment or the reality that it doesn't have the potential that I thought it does. But now that we stream it, there's almost like a public aspect to it where I would have to admit to the stream. We would have to rebrand, you know, some parts of the stream to fit whatever new game we work on. But if it has to be done, it has to be done, right? I think part of Cauldron Chronicles' problem right now is that we're missing some very core aspects of the game, like corruption would be one big one. I think the NPC system needs to be modular, and I know the reason we didn't make it modular now is because it would have taken too much time. We wouldn't have had something decent ready by pitching time, right? But it would be nice to go back and make it more modular and expandable. Create a proper dialogue system, write one really good character with one really good story. You know, maybe add another section to his story, right? To add in another potion that you need to make. That would feel nice. Engine on complex mechanics is rough, yeah. Having a mechanically heavy game, a systems heavy game, or a systems driven game. You know, imagine if you had to prototype The Sims, right? Or prototype, I mean, I'm just spitballing here. You know, prototype, what would be a good systems heavy game? I mean, a lot of like simulators are systems heavy, right? Where in order for it to feel like you have the full loop and the progression, you have RimWorld. Yeah, RimWorld's like a great example, where in order for it to actually feel like you have something to do, you have to implement mechanics first. And all of those mechanics take time, and there are tons of mechanics. So there is an excuse where, well, we need to keep working because we haven't implemented enough to tell if it's fun yet. And I think that the minimum level of work needed to test the fun is definitely different for each game. You can't just say, well, it was 30 days on this game, it should be 30 days on this game too. No, you need to sit down and determine which mechanics do you need to prototype in order to test if the idea is fun and has validity. There's never a one-size-fits-all in that case. And for all of game dev, there's rarely a one-size-fits-all in any regard. Didn't the player have trouble getting up these stairs? I think they did. There's a bit of a... I guess I could touch that up. This look fine too. I think that's I distinctly remember having difficulty getting up this, though. So it should be fine now. Speaking of games, I'm a little. I guess we're a bit late to the party to talk about Helldivers 2, right? What a shit show. What a shit show. We got some news, I think, while I was asleep or late last night. For us here in Poland, that Sony has reversed their requirement, right? One of the biggest major order, true. Yeah, I mean, I kind of expected that. Although, I saw a post on Twitter that really made me wonder. And I'm going to paraphrase. It was something like, if this was a requirement from day one, which it was technically listed as a requirement, it was on Steam, it was in-game, that you wouldn't be able to play the game without it. But you could. Now, if it was intended from day one, and it was supposed to be a requirement from day one, why then did Sony still sell the game in the countries where you couldn't have a PSN account? And I think that is a very excellent question with a very worrying answer. Yeah, it's sad. I mean, Sony during the PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4 era, absolutely based. Publisher, they had some of the best leadership that they've ever had. People who, were essentially the old timers there who had worked building it off the ground. They cared about games. They certainly made pro-customer decisions. And then they all left. They all left roughly around the end of the PlayStation 4 life cycle. And unfortunately, the people that they got in the place of those individuals, they're just the business. They're just the suits. And it shows. It shows. I feel really bad for the Arrowhead, all the developers, of course, but I have to say, for sure, the community managers. Wait, not just touching up the spline for the audio, I think is okay. I do need to touch up audio. I might do that today. Here's the thing. I don't blame the community managers. I agree that some of the things they said were not great, but there wasn't they just said the worst thing to occur for all community managers this year, and certainly not beyond this year. I think that everybody at Arrowhead was forced into a position, and they have a community. I don't know how large the Helldivers 2 Discord is, but I imagine it's probably near 100,000 people. I think any human being, no matter how good you are at your job, you either don't post or you succumb to the shit. And you have to eat it because it wasn't even your choice, and it wasn't the choice of anyone at the company. I mean, look, I think some of that happened, but I don't think it's as bad as it was made out to be. I read all the stuff that they said. There were some tone-deaf things, but it wasn't that bad. I mean, I saw all of it. It wasn't great, but it wasn't that bad either. And I think what it showed was that they were just as frustrated as the community, and they were trying to put out a fire that they couldn't control. And they didn't start. They didn't start it. They couldn't control it. They were forced into a shitty situation. So I'm not really going to blame them. I really don't think it was that. What they said was that big of a deal. Certainly not compared to Sony, what Sony did. I mean, I don't blame you, but at the same point, do you know anybody that could be cool under that kind of pressure? If you truly loved your game and you truly loved your community, do you really think you could be that cool where you have an NDA probably restricting the things you could say, you didn't make the decision and nobody at the company could control it, and you have probably nearly, I would say at least like 20, 30,000 people on that Discord that were probably voicing their dissent. Anybody would succumb to that pressure. I certainly would. The most I've been in charge with is a Discord of like 4,000 people. And at any one point, you probably have 25 to 50 people actively typing, doing something in the Discord with that size. And even then, if you do one thing to piss all of those people off, trust me, the ball gets rolling, and anything you try to say or do, no matter how kind, somebody is going to take out of context or misinterpret or misrepresent you and use it as a weapon. It's bad. It's an extremely hard job. The thing is, if they had said nothing, it would have looked just as bad as if they had said something. And I'm not saying that they couldn't have said something better, but what they said wasn't that bad. I think they were just frustrated with people who couldn't see the kind of obvious that this was Sony's choice and were getting mad at the devs. And I think at some point the community managers just said, look, they don't even check our Discord. If you have a problem, you know, post a negative review, because that's what will get them to change. And that did get them to change. Where's my options? Need the default sound level. I don't like it, it's very low. I think what the CEO said was better, but at that point, he's also not in the Discord 24/7. I just think that that players love to get upset, and when I agree, I'm not saying that what they got upset with was bad, but I think that they chose the only outlet that they had, which was the outlet where they voiced dissent of a choice with the game to the developers, because they don't have a direct, easy line to the publisher, Sony in this case. So I just think that the community managers got caught up in this shit that they didn't choose, had no control over, and they couldn't even say anything to make it better. I mean, you just say, oh, well, it's not our decision. That's not going to help anybody. That the players aren't going to understand that. They're going to be like, well, we still don't want it, so who do we talk to? I mean, that's eventually when they just said, well, look, just post a negative review. I think people will be very easy to forgive Arrowhead, especially now that all the facts have come out, because early on it did seem like it might have been a shitty code decision or something, sinister underneath, and nobody knew who to blame. It's just we only had two people that we could blame, so we just pointed our fingers at them as a group. But now that all this information has come out, I think people are going to start shifting their fingers over to Sony, because I think that's where it's deserved. Could they have handled it better? Sure. Did they handle it that poorly? With Sony, I think that they were fine. It's just Sony. When you have a publisher that big, that influential, and arguably where the headquarters of that company aren't even the same country and they don't speak the same language as you do, and there's a different culture, especially between the Japanese and the West, there's always going to be a disconnect and there's always going to be a delay. The people making this decision had only one thing in mind: money. Money, money, money. How can we turn these numbers into money? And that's all that it ever will be about for them. I think that default. I know we set this to half, but I think putting it up to full 1 is fine. I do wonder why Sony... Yeah, I mean, for me, that's also my question, is now that all this has come out, we still don't know why they did it. It certainly wasn't to... They're having mandatory with Ghost of Tsushima as well. They both have online components. But we know that there are other online games where they don't require this. I think it is just to inflate numbers for investors. Look, I don't think that making it look... I understand on principle that you don't want to have to make a PSN account to play a PC game. I understand that, but we clearly know that this isn't a choice of the developers, and it doesn't impact the gameplay in any way. Just make a PSN account. Maybe there's... It's okay in Japan, but I thought that inflating numbers... Well, it's not lying. You're not lying about the number of PSN accounts. But it's certainly... They're using this as a way to inflate, not illegally, the number of PSN accounts so that it looks better for investors. I mean, that's just the fucking UK bullshit. Certainly my main problem is that you can't make this account in some countries, which just means what? At a certain point, like, the Japanese need to understand that if they hate piracy so much, maybe they shouldn't make it so that people have to pirate their games in order to even play them. And I guess that there's enough money that comes in from inflating PSN account numbers that this is worthwhile. They want to fix anything. These fell again, these kind of stupid flowers always fall, all the time. I don't know what it is. How come these ones don't fall? But these ones do. You'll just replace them. I can place them on the side of the mesh, right? I think I'm setting it up incorrectly, and it's not letting me do it. Yeah, only on top. Like I said, I think it's reasonable for people to be upset. The shitty situation. Hey Casper. How you doing? How was your day? Good. That's good. Well, did you know that the game we're making is called Chronicles, an alchemy game set in a stylized 3D open world? First day in New York. What? First day in New... you're in New York? What? No, you're not. Oh, Newark. Oh, I thought New York. Newark. After... No, I can't read. I have what's commonly known in the medical community as chronic retardation.
Mr. President, wake up.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, we were just talking about all of that. Yeah, the people I used to respect at Sony certainly aren't working there anymore. Yeah, I also heard about that. Publishers really do know how to make some of the worst decisions known to gaming, don't they? Yeah, it's really messed up. I wonder if I crashed the engine by deleting a cube. My favorite. Yummy. Delete cube, crash engine. Yeah, I saw that too. $22 million. I saw that Unity got a new CEO as well. These stupid these stupid flowers fall like every week. I'll tell you what, I'm facing a lot of work being I really don't know what I'm gonna do. Had a hard time getting to sleep last night, just thinking about who do I have to hire so that I can just be a designer in my own company. Yeah. I mean, of course, like, hire an accountant, right? So I don't have to deal with paying people and dealing with the money side of things. Of course, I can have somebody, you know, a legal representative for drafting agreements, NDAs, contracts, and all that. That's all fine, but I want to make sure that it's not that I don't like being a studio director, right? Like, being in charge, like, I guess, like the business on a high level and interacting with business clients. I think I just prefer doing design work, and I know that any percentage over 1 that I have to spend doing that, as opposed to designing, is going to make me a less effective designer. Which, you know what happens, right? And I don't want to be caught in the case where any amount of pride is preventing me from openly accepting that I may not have as much time to be a designer as I would love. And I certainly don't want to put the team in a situation where they need design work and I am not fully, not committed, but available, right? Because that's not going to help the game. It's not going to help the team. It's not going to help me. And we've both, Cuthbert, you and I both know, we've worked with somebody who tries to do all this shit at once and can't admit that they are essentially doing like 4 or 5 things with 20 to 25% power compared to 1 or 2 things with, 80, 20, 90, 10, 50, 50, whatever. And at a certain point, if I can't dedicate over, let's say, 30 to 40% of my time doing one thing, I'm just not going to be effective doing it at all, right? You have to be you have to have a minimum level of effectiveness in order for any amount of time you spend doing it to actually be worth it. It's like, okay, we know we would need another designer for Golden Chronicles. But this assumes that I'll have enough time to do design as well, where 2 people is effective enough.
It looks like he may commit suicide. Suicide is badass.
No.
Thank you, Micah, for the follow. And welcome to the stream. You get 3 free emotes for following, including a beautiful emote that I designed myself. You have to guess which one. What work is there after you hire accountant? I'd like to start drafting, and I'd actually like to do this even now, some agreements for working. So we're going to need somebody from the legal side, and I need to figure out, I need to hire an accountant, probably here in Poland too, who has experience with work contracts, who can help me figure out the best way to pay people from a US-based company to Polish people, right? Yeah, we can outsource. Yeah. That wouldn't be somebody that we hire, but that would just be money that we spend on that, right? Accountant, I want to have, available from day one, right? The moment we get the money. B2B or middleman. Yeah, I'm thinking we do B2B, but I to be honest, and you can we can argue about this. I don't want to have to deal with Polish law. I really don't like the Polish work law. And I think it's going to place too much overhead. I'd rather have the freedom to design the contracts in the way that we want them as a team, and not have to include a whole bunch of fluff that's just going to add in financial overhead. Yeah, I think I think B2B is going to be the way to go. And I don't think even if somebody from Poland agreed to work with the US company that we would be subject to Polish work laws. I think it would be subject to Wisconsin, USA laws, because I think it falls under the jurisdiction of the location of where the company is, and not where the employee is. But I don't know that for sure, so I need to talk to the people that are knowledgeable in that area. Okay, those looks. This looks good. That looks fine. Audio splines are good there. 2. Yeah, and I think obviously I would want to do B2B for one core reason where we get to keep as much money as a company and the workers get to keep a lot more money. Take home pay, right? Why is that halfway? Did it not save my changes? No, default value is 1. Oh, it's in the snapshot it's setting. There we go. Yeah. Want to double check the caves. For weather and sound. Yeah, it looks fine. Looks good. Ooh. Yeah, I forgot about this lip here. B is less safe for employee and B2B need to be different for than contract employee. I know that it's less safe. And obviously this is something that we'll have to prove as a company, right? Just as a... Obviously nobody should just take our words at face value. But we don't plan to have contracts that take advantage of our employees. Like I said, we just need to prove that. A lot of the things we add in, well, what I mean is that we can just include sick leave directly in our contracts. Same with mandatory holiday. Like, we just include that in writing, essentially. So while it's not included default, right, with the minimum requirements of a B2B contract, we would just include that in our work contracts. How can I even get the player over this hump? It's very... I could remove the collision of just this. Let me try that. Let me get rid of the blocking volume. But the thing is, if B2B looks similar to employee contract, I don't think that they can change it because the contract is not being written by a Polish entity, it'd be written by a US entity. And we can match pension funds. So like, I feel like there are ways that we could, I mean, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think that we can get around having to deal with some of the extra bullshit by utilizing these loopholes. Which might be one of the few times in history that a company has utilized contract loopholes in the benefit of the employee. Bold changes here at Microraptor. Okay, that's better. Yeah, removing the collision on that helps. Most B2B have similar loopholes. That's nice. Yeah, I think we can avoid it. We'll see how it works. Collision looks really weird here. I guess it's... Okay, I think I wanted to add some particle effects too to these logs. Some of the same ones we have down here. Guess I could just grab them. Problem is they do some weird stuff when they're too like that. How can I avoid that? Why does that occur? This is because the sprites are always facing the player and they do some weird stuff if there's collision with a mesh. I mean, it is technically below the water. Yeah, it still does it here, though. I don't know why this occurs. Into the camera? Oh no, I don't think so. If you have contracts and already hired people for company, what there's to do as owner? Oh, like theoretically, if we have contracts and we've hired people. There's still a lot of like business overhead and especially like tax overhead. I think that the live streams too also take a bit away from my focus. Now, what I can say is that I think, to be honest, I would probably appear less on live streams the moment we start to do more production, but I would also have other people working with us do some of the live streams. So we would try to spread it out a bit, and that way I could focus a bit more on just designing. At this point too, it might just be a little bit like preparing for a conference, preparing for pitching the game might just be adding a lot of overhead that is giving me the illusion that it's going to maintain at this fast, stressful pace throughout production. And I think once we're in the, you know, the steady production, it might be a bit better. Once I don't have to worry about appearing in front of people and pitching the game. Yeah, I mean, I would for sure go to like other conferences too, like Gamescom. But this might just be a bad representation of what I have to do. And it would all kind of coincide, right? So then, you know, I have to pitch, but then if we have something to sign, then I have to start getting the money, and then I have to hire people. So it's just like there's this big initial hump of requirements and things that I need to do. But then once I like hire a producer, right, and I hire an accountant, all of those things can then be offloaded, right? All of the production aspects can be offloaded onto the producer, and some of the business aspects, some of the like market research and preparation. And then I can take a breath, and then, okay, money, it's in the accountant deals with it, gets people paid. I don't have to think about it. I'd probably still go to Gamescom once we got a publisher, but I would go as... We would probably just go to show off a build. So it would be a little bit less stressful because I'm just talking to players, right? I'm not trying to prepare a whole bunch of business things. I could put one up here too, just to help hide this seat. You know, I'm gonna do that. We're doing it.
Mr. President, wake up.
I had a friend here in Poland ask me recently, like, you know, what do you think is going to happen in November for your country? Like, it's going to be entertaining. The only thing I can say for sure is it's going to be very entertaining. And sad. That's when we have our elections, our presidential elections in the U.S. It's this year. Technically, I think I should get sent a absentee ballot to vote. I still don't know who to vote for, though. I've been trying to really research into independent candidates, and there don't really seem to be any that match my values as well as I'd like. There's some that are close, but I don't really like them for a couple of key issues. Only put 2 wheat here. Put 1 more wheat down here, I think. Wouldn't be the end of the world. I have 41 wheat in the level? That's a lot of wheat. Looks good. Let's see what the default sounds are like. I'm generally okay with that. Music's pretty subtle, you can hear the birds. Weather could maybe be a bit louder. Default. Like, we'll try to come up with a default mix here. That's generally pretty nice. Okay, so what is that? That is... Alright. Yeah, it's 1, 0.8, 0.5. Oh, here's something I did yesterday. I got my work done at a pretty good time. And I had the time to torrent, yes, torrent, illegally download Balatro. I tried it. I fell in love after 30 minutes, and I'm gonna buy the game. Because it is a lot of fun. It didn't take long to convince me to buy that game. Very well made, very enjoyable. Played it for like 3 hours. .5. Which, you know, I would have, just used a demo if they had one, but they didn't have a demo, unfortunately, so I just had to... I was pretty sure I would like the game, because it certainly seemed like something I would like, but I wanted to... I don't have a lot of money to work with, so I just wanted to see if I liked the game before committing to it. Yeah, I can say I really like the game. I'm gonna buy it. And maybe we can play some of it on stream. So, Sarah, the cost of the game? Of Balatro? Is it pretty cheap? Oh, no, mind the art. Oh, of your game? What do you mean the cost of your game? Like what to price it at? Or how much assets would cost? Oh, cost. Okay, so I see what you mean. Did you check out that that Kenny asset pack that we've talked about before? Maybe there's some stuff in here. A lot of 2D. There's 9 pages of 2D things in here. And this is all available for $20. And you get all 40,000 assets. 3D models, 2D pixel art, 2D vector art, input icons, UI elements, audio, sounds, prototype assets, and more for 20 bucks. Yeah, this guy is a legend. A legend of game dev. Just giving free stuff and cheap stuff. You can share the link. You can, because I think you can check out what's in there. You can view a list of all included assets, yeah. Like this is all the 2D stuff. Whole tile sets and everything. And I mean, even at the very least, like having all the UI prompts is just really great. Buttons. Good stuff for 20 bucks too, and he sometimes puts it on. He puts it for free, which I was able to snag it when it was free. But I feel like the guy deserves the 20 bucks. If we ever make some good money, I'll just send it to him because this guy is really doing indie devs a favor. Do we deserve any favors, guys? What have we done that's good, huh? All we do is complain about publishers on this channel. AAA. Okay, do we want to make a... kind of dumb. Do we want to make a bookshelf with some lore? I was thinking that could be kind of fun. Nah, I mean, there's not much use. Okay, so I was looking at some visual effects that we have, and maybe I could make some corrupted ingredients that, like, have this purplish aura. But I haven't been able to find kind of a good visual effect for what you would think when somebody says like a corrupted plant, right? And I don't really know how it would differ with what we have right now. New tweet from what is this? That's pretty good. Yeah. It took me a second to get it and like, oh, that's right. Those are their dislikes. That's pretty funny. I mean, you could tell the moment he started speaking, when all this was happening, you could tell, oh yeah, this was not his choice. Even more, I bet there was something where he predicted this would happen, told them it would happen, and they were like, well, we need to do it anyway. Like, okay. And you guys will be the ones suffering the results. The thing is, I don't think it really affected players that heavily. I mean, not really. Like, the trend is still relatively the same. I mean, this Monday certainly is quite a dip compared. But there are other Sundays where the following Monday you see a drop of about 30 to 50, even closer to 60 or 70. So this is not out of the norm. I mean, here was the update, right? And it did not impact players really that much. The most you could make an argument for is like 5,000 players. But I mean, even compared to this Friday, the weekend was still higher than Friday after this change came out. And as most players don't really care. Again, I don't disagree. Especially the fact that the game was, for me, the biggest issue was the game is sold in regions where PSN is not available, and if this was supposed to be a day one requirement, then why was it being sold in those regions from day one? And that to me is the scummiest, because I know that this was intentional. I know it, you guys know it, everybody knows it. Intentional. Let me see if I can find some like corrupted VFX, because I was looking at all the VFX I had available. None of them really fit what we were looking for. Let's just start with like corruption. Maybe there's something that has that effect in it already. I'm not spending $100. At most, I'll spend like $5-10 on an effect that we could use throughout the rest of first playable, right? Can I filter by VFX? Not really. FX. Niagara 40, AoE magic, projectile. Well, it's not corruption in an area. It's like a corrupted, they can find something with it. You know, it'd be a, what in the, okay. You know, it's something like, okay, let's not use, okay, MOP is not the, it's not the goal here, okay? This not the goal, but if I had to choose something that kind of accurately conveys the color and how I want this to look, this is not terrible. But again, we're not doing My Little Pony. It's more like this, okay? I want that exuding kind of, it's almost, it would be like kind of like purplish flames, but even then, the flames don't really do it well. I need something that's kind of more specialized for this sort of effect. And I spent like 2 hours looking at all the VFX I had, and none of them really fit. Very frustrating. Or they were too high fidelity. And we would need some, we don't need something that's very high fidelity. What about FX Variety Pack? I might have that one. We'll see what I have. Also, are the new marketplace assets available for this month? No, they are not. What'd you send? Yeah, this is fucked up to me. It was dropping 2 days. Okay, thank you for that. 2 days. Okay. Category. I have quite a bit, but they were all... I took a look at all. They were all pretty... And it's possible that the right effect is in some pack that is not even related to visual effects, right? First Tuesday of the month, okay. First Tuesday. I always forget that. I thought it was Thursday, I thought it was the second Thursday, or the second Friday, or whatever. First day. All of these were just, they didn't have the right effect that I'm looking for. Maximum, I type in here. $15. Like magic circles. See, I don't need a magic circle. I need like an aura. Not orbs, even though some of these without the orb look pretty nice. I don't feel confident enough to make something either. I worry about stuff like this because it looks very high fidelity. It looks like it might not be very optimized. Could be wrong. I mean, something stylized would be preferable as well, but might be hard to get. Smoke. There's some stylized tuned magic. Why do I always see this? Is this just one person that makes all these? Actually look kind of nice. Maybe there's a demo. Let's see. 720p 60. Oh my god. Okay. Like my old streams. Yeah, the colors for me are okay. We can change that, right? But I also need something that's like persistent, right? Like not something that is gone, but one that loops. So it can't like it can't change volume heavily because I need it to be at one. It almost like flames are preferable to some extent, and just make them like purple-ish. And slower in speed. Magic and Spell Sounds Pro. It just sounds, though? Yeah, it's just sound effects. It is free, though. I should grab it. I mean, if it's free, right? That would not be a bad thing to have. Not for sale. Portal and save point VFX, okay. Portal and save. I'll just copy and paste what you put. Weird that it wouldn't show up. Here it is, $5. I see it. Gotta make it full screen. Okay, okay. Yeah, that could be done. That's pretty cool. I'm entranced. I'm entranced, but definitely this could work pretty well. I would certainly have uses for some of these other things. It would look pretty awesome. Oh my god. A car? Through the portal? Pretty cool, actually. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, okay, for $5. That is pretty good. Thank you for the recommendation. It's working up to 5.3. And I'm sure it would work in 5.4 without issue. Speaking of, I want to check if my only plugin that I use is working with 5.4 yet. Yes, it is. Okay, install it to 5.4 then. And we could update the engine version. One. I will buy this. It's only $5. I think even if it's... I'm sure I can use more than just one thing from that. Especially like the portal effects maybe. We can make use of it. We can make use of it. Add to cart. Let me check out on my other screen here. Probably need my wallet. Do I? Yes. Yeah. Do. Who wants to know the numbers on my card? If you can accurately guess the numbers on my credit card, you will win a free copy of Cauldron Chronicles. Okay, should be good. We own it. Portal and save point VFX add to project. Oh, it's not bad either. That's only 81 megabytes. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I got the one that you recommended. I think that it's a good choice. I think we can make it work. We can see what they look like right now. Where did they put them? Here they are. I think, which one what was I looking at? It was the... Might be getting the shaders ready, yeah. I think something like this I could use potentially and slow down some of the parts of it. Like that could be modified. Might have been this one. Oh no, it was this bonfire. This one we could change to purple. Once all the shaders are ready. Yeah, if we make this like purple and we slow it down a bit, I think that would look really nice. I can change the hue. I don't even need to do that. I just need to find the hue. This is very bright. That could be adjusted. Turn off the air distortion. Oh yeah, there's like a distortion. That's pretty cool to do though. I like that. So yeah, I think there's a lot we can work with here. And we could even do something like this around it and then just remove like the rings. Ooh. Yeah, we have some options. We definitely have some options. Even maybe a combination of these. Like layer these two maybe. Yeah, we have options. I mean, this is still very big. It's massive. But you get the gist of it. Zaiwu, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully I said your name correctly. So if we do that, and then I don't know, let's put it over by a by a plant just to get the feeling for this. Where's a flower? Obviously we can make this look a bit better. But if we assume that this flower here is angry corrupted, I think that there's something we could do similar to this. Oh. After tweaking it. And I was thinking of like combining this with maybe, there's one other asset. This World Changer Sphere Mask. I don't know how, but there's I want to utilize this in some way. And I don't really know what for yet. But I mean, it just looks, it's so cool in the way that it works. And I think it immediately draws the attention of people playing the game and looking at like a trailer or something. My only worry is that it might be performance heavy. But they do have a demo. We could just play the demo. Yeah, corrupted flower, we could make something to represent it, to show off in the trailer that we're going to prepare. And we can even add it as an ingredient to show to people playing what the difference is between, you know, these two ingredients are, right? The corrupted one and the regular. Are you doing this as multiplayer? No. I think that would add too much overhead. Just in the FPS version? Yeah, we might make it third person. I'm pretty interested in doing that. Like a more closer over the shoulder third person. The hell, why is it so... Oh, I think it's the camera. Oh, it's kind of buggy, isn't it? Look at that. Like, the character gets stuck on things that are there in the other... It's weird. It's like the character does a collision check. Oh my, that's so weird. Yeah. Yeah, it's way more buggy than I thought it would be. Could have, yeah. I mean, for sure, some of them are baked, right? But it's only there when the character is like overlapping with it. So there's some kind of collision check. Going on, and I think okay, so the way I think it might work is that it's radiating out this mask, and if something is caught in that, it's immediately going to tell it to render shadows and enable the collision. It's just doing a check and hitting the entire mesh in this case, or even potentially blueprint. So while it is there, it is just not shown in game, so it's not visible to player. And when the player runs into it, I think it's doing a hit test and determining if it's in the right state. And if so, then enable collision. But the hit is still taking some time to tell. I don't know. It's really weird. It might be doing it on tick as well, which would be very concerning. For things that don't have any collision in the first place, I think it works better than for static meshes with collision. But it seems really performance heavy. I can't enable the FPS, but there's for sure quite a loss in even just this small test demo level. Yeah, it's quite a big FPS dip. Ugh. Okay, well, that has informed my decision on that. I definitely feel informed. it's gonna be a no from me. That's fine. Let's try to add one corrupted flower or something somewhere. Because I want to show it off in the trailer, but I'm not going to make something fake. I'll make a corrupted flower, and that'll be the only one that you can find. Anything beyond that is just something that we'll have to work on after we do this initial pitch, which is fine. What flower do we want to use it with? What do we have? We could do like a toadstool as well. It doesn't have to be a flower. Maybe we could. Maybe we could do like corrupted toadstool. Let's try that. Let's try a corrupted toadstool. Let's duplicate this folder. Or I guess we can do folder. Toadstool corrupted. Base VP that has the corruption stuff in it, then inherit to the flower. That's a good point. I only worry that I would have to change. I mean, I could still do this. Well, okay, so I think you're right for if we want to implement that on a larger scale. I'm a little tempted just for this single one that we're making, I'll just handcraft it. And then after we get done with the week of pitching and we implement this on a larger scale, yes, smoke and mirrors it for now. I mean, it'll still be like a real thing that you can pick up and you can use in your potions, but we're gonna like just handcraft one of them for the moment. Because I worry that if we do it on the base, which we should do it on the base, I would then have to go through every single mesh that we've created for all these ingredients and fine tune the location of the particle effects. Like we would need a route to spawn them on, and that seems like a lot of work to do right now for just one mushroom. But you are right. We need to keep that in mind. I'll try to minimize the unknowns here, and we will set this up in a way that I would do it on a larger scale, just to see what some of the complexities are like. It would definitely have to be done in here. And I'm thinking that we create scene routes on each of the meshes. And kind of place them in the middle of the mesh. This way we know where to spawn it. Okay, let's see. EP ingredient toadstool corrupted. So those mushrooms look the same, just different scale. Yeah, it is the same. We only have one mesh for these mushrooms, unfortunately, at the moment. We're working on breadcrumbs with the assets we have. That's true. I think we'll be okay. I want to enable it in construction. I think I might enable it in construction. It's gonna look really dirty and improper, but as long as it works. The corruption enable. What am I doing? Can we spawn like a particle effects through a node, or would I just have to enable a system? Even supply the mushroom mesh to the BP and have the conversions randomize the position. I could do that. We don't do that currently. We could. Right now what I need is the particle effects to appear on each of the mushrooms, like their locations. And then a bit above, because I don't want them coming from the base, from the root, but I want them coming from, in this case, the cap. And the way our foliage works right now is that we use the construction script to randomize different meshes. I could get all components of type, which would be the scene components. That's true. Although we do have the default scene root, which is still a scene component. I just need to know if I can spawn a Niagara particle system component. Looks like I can. But it would not be for the scene root. I could spawn it at that location, but I want to make sure that... What do I want to make sure? I want to make them children of the scene components. I guess we could do a 4 each. We could just make an array. That way we know which one we're working with, right? Just order these properly as well. I'm anal about that. I attach that. Attach component to component would probably be parent should work as target. Okay, we can attach it. We can get the transform. That's easy. And add the Niagara particle system component. Can we then set the system? What do they call it? That Niagara system asset? Yes. And attach it. Yeah, right now I want to make sure that I have the right flow of things. Although I know the nodes we need to use. I just need to make sure that we are doing things in the right order here. Instruction. Table it. We need to make sure that when it's harvested, we hide the corruption. We would need to remove the particle systems. I guess we could get all... We could get all the children components, remove them, we could destroy them. Okay. Or we just skip the branch and we do a select based on the Boolean. That might be nice. We could get world location, but we probably could do... We'd probably deal with relative. Probably doesn't matter. We just grab the transform as a whole. What's the difference between manual and automatic attachment? We probably want to do manual attachment. If I had to guess. And we'll just use a default one for now to test it. You set existing override parameters, sure, whatever. It should be fine. We might want to change those, but I think those will be okay. Oopsies, come on. Come on, little buddy. Before we hook up the Boolean, we'll just try that. And see what happens. Let's do it. Why is it all the way over there? Okay, that's curious. That's what I thought. Okay. That looks really metal. I love it. I love it. I mean, obviously we need to make, you know, more custom, proper corruption effect, but that looks pretty good to start with. Do we need to do anything on false then? I thought they might not get deleted, but if it is resetting that each time, then perhaps we're okay. Oh, it's on the ingredient mesh. I was wondering why. Couldn't see that. Probably should be on the collectible ingredient. Let's see. I mean, this is fine. We just need to grab the defaults of the child here, which I thought we could do. We propagate that through? Yeah, we shouldn't have had, you know, it's fine, it's fine. Fine, you know what? You don't need it. Of course it's gonna be corrupted. We named it Corrupted Toadstool. You just do it. On event hide meshes, we want mainly just want to hide the main particle effect. And it's gonna leave it there. Does hit FPS a bit, doesn't it? We can adjust that. We can adjust that. In the main mesh, so get that. Get all components. Or get all children. Children components. I guess there's only one. You just get child component at index 0. It should be attached properly. And we would... Can you just set its visibility to off? Or would you have to... I don't know if there's something else, like, I guess pausing it wouldn't necessarily work. We'll try visibility. Just to see how this works. It does work. I don't know if it's still ticking in the background as invisible. It might still be ticking, it's just not going to be rendering, in which case it's probably not that big of a deal. The main hit we have here is to the... I assume that they're CPU particles, but they could be GPU. Where can I see that? There's somewhere where you can see if they're CPU or GPU. I think they're all CPU. It says properties CPU. Okay, let's see then. I will, instead of just like setting, yeah, I'm not gonna worry about setting their parameters when I spawn them in. I'll just make a copy of the system and I'll tweak them as I desire. Primarily this teleporter hole and a loft bonfire. We'll just duplicate those two and move them somewhere else. I'll update these two so we can see changes in real time. Technically we want to add both of those, so I will do two things here. Just run a sequence. Those be good enough. Okay, no, for this one. And do a loft bonfire 1 and teleporter hole 1. That's gonna look really fucked up for the moment. Well, you know what, let's tweak one at a time. Let's do it this way. Tweak just the bonfire first. Okay. Let's see.
Guys, you gotta think about this as a business venture. All right, the three of us combining our ingredients, making like one gigantic, delicious cream pie. Some little kids sucking it down.
Mercenary Mage, thank you so much for the raid, man. And 19 viewers, welcome, welcome, guys. Mushrooms are on fire. They are on fire. Welcome, everybody. Recupo, Mercenary Mage, thank you so much, man. Disthrone, hey, man, how you doing? We're trying to make a corrupted mushroom. So we're taking this bonfire particle effect and we're gonna make it like purple and a bit slower, just kind of like exuding this aura. Socializing all this fungi spores really is an accident in the making. The raid clip is perfect, thank you so much. Fellow Always Sunny fan. Edgelord of Gore, thank you for the follow. Okay, I really want to get my tank throwing attacked in a night. Tank throwing? Oh my god. Like a tank of like water, of gas, or like an actual like tank, like a military. Fire effect is pretty fire. It's Monday. Okay, no bad puns on Monday. Tank like battle tank. Like you're gonna be throwing a whole tank? How do I determine the color? Okay, so this, I think the scale color determines the color over time, maybe? You guys gotta forgive me. I don't know too much about particles. User exposed. Color hue. Where's that used? Throwing an M1 Abrams, surely? Oh my god. Like, really? Like, you pick up a tank and you chuck it somewhere. Is that the kind of attack that you're doing? What kind of game is this? A Godzilla simulator? Exactly that. That's awesome. That sounds amazing. Can I like see where it's used? I guess I could just change it. One point one. 1.0. Oh. 0.25. I want something kind of darker, you know? And right now it's like, it's really bright. I want to get rid of the white and just focus on like black to purple. Oblivion music in the background, hell yeah. I really like listening to the like Elder Scrolls music and some rain sounds, right? That's my jam. Character's like 100 feet tall. She can pick up tanks and throw them. That is incredible. If I change these, does that do anything? Well, I need one of these. I need to just work on one of them for the moment. I isolate. Okay, we don't want that one. Ooh. Actually, it's the distortion's going pretty hard here. I actually kind of like that. Ew. So what happens if I do this? I didn't see anything happen. It looks the exact same. Maybe this? Oh. Remember one time Extra Credits was talking about game music. And then they played it too and were like, yeah, you know what it is. And I was like, yeah, Oblivion. I thought it was Halo theme really undermined the whole point of the video. Yeah, it's like, now you know how to be smart. And then you just immediately go and be dumb. Like, well, your video sucks. God, it's like flashbanging chat here. I mean, if I go negative, though, would that make it black? It kind of fizzles out. No problem. I haven't played Oblivion since Xbox 360 days, but I recognized it instantly. Did you guys, okay, so both Skywind and Skyblivion released update videos over, I think, the weekend, or like last week-ish, end of week. Did you guys watch those? Because, oh my god, they look so amazing. And if you don't know, so Skywind is a complete rebuilding of Morrowind in Skyrim's 64-bit engine. And Skyblivion is the same thing, but with Oblivion in Skyrim's 64-bit engine. And they're not just like ports, they are complete remakes. So they're two separate projects, both I think led by like the same kind of core team, and they're both getting to their end stretches. They've been in development for I think over like 10 years now, and they look amazing. They've added so many more voice actors and NPCs to like Morrowind, for instance. They've remade a lot of like the system, like the spell crafting system. They've brought back all the way that you level up and the perks from Morrowind into it. You actually play them, or is it just screenshots? You can't play them yet, but they're very open about showing off like what state they're in. If I can find it. They had their 2024 update. Looks good.
Over the past few years,
Yeah.
Skywind's development team has poured more hours than we can count into bringing our vision to life. Many of our followers have been eager.
I think they mentioned, and I can't remember correctly, but I think Skywind is going to be released a little bit before Skyblivion. And I think Skywind is in its last stages. I think they've set the release date finally to 2025 for Skywind.
Eager for a more in-depth look at the project. So join us today as we break down our current progress and what lies ahead. But how did Skywind come to be? As soon as Skyrim was released, the folks behind More Oblivion
So this one is more of like they're showing off each aspect of the game and what they have
tile
done.
set,
So like
which
the
should be
2D art,
finalized soon. Thirds of the
different parts of the 3D art that they've made, you know, interiors and exteriors and what's done. And most of it is done in terms of this. So like you're seeing Skywind right now, you know. And if you compare this to what Morrowind used to look like, of course, it's very different. Level design, you know, they were showing off different.
Are receiving finishing touches, including manual placement of details and starting QA.
It looks good. It looks good.
Most of the remaining areas are over 60% complete, with block layouts, clutter, and some details added. We also have 1,032 interiors to design, including settlements, cities, houses, shops, caves, forts, tombs, and yurts.
There were a lot of interiors.
Most interiors are well underway, though some areas are delayed due.
You can see like they're showing off what progress they have for each of these. It's looking great. It's great. I don't want to like sit and watch a whole 27-minute video, but if you want, just look up TESR Skywind and you can see how much progress they're making. Now the Skyblivion one was more of a trailer, if I recall.
Welcome to the 5th episode of the Skyblivion Development Diary. For the past few years, our team has been chipping away at a seemingly impossible feat to remake the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion in the latest Elder Scrolls engine. We hope that this series will show you how far one of the most ambitious modding projects of our generation has come and where we are headed. Welcome to the making of Skyblivion!
That's about how loud I'm gonna yell when I finally get to play this. And we're gonna play this on stream, by the way. We're gonna play Skywind and Skyblivion on stream, 100%. No doubt. Never finished it. I really enjoy Oblivion. I love the areas and the
While progress has been steady, we are always looking for more volunteers to help us finish the project and get it into your hands as soon as possible. We are especially interested in 3D artists with experience creating clothing or plants, as well as experienced Skyrim modders in general. If you have experience in this field or other skills that might be of use, feel free to apply at www.skyblivion.com. www.skyblivion.com.
It's kind of sad because I played Morrowind when I was super young. Didn't really get into it because I think it was meant for. I was such a tiny kid at that time, right? And then I got into Oblivion. I played the hell out of it on the PS3, and I really enjoyed it. And same with Skyrim. But going back and looking at Oblivion and Morrowind nowadays, you realize just how much of the RPG aspect of these games have been removed iteration to iteration. And it is a little worrying to me in terms of what we can expect with Elder Scrolls 6. Are they going to keep the same amount that's in Skyrim? Are they going to remove some things like they've been doing since Morrowind? It kind of worries me because Morrowind and Oblivion do have a lot of really great systems that you just don't see in. Yeah, dumbing it down, it's really sad, especially like the removal of the spellcrafting system was, I think, one of the more unfortunate aspects, and the way that they changed the perk system. The way that Todd likes to take things, he really does.
/volunteer. The Great Forest.
Sure feels
Alongside Cyrodiil's northwesternmost border with Hammerfell, far beyond the safe walls of the Imperial City, lies the Great Forest, an immense region of woodland that stretches from Coral in the west to the outskirts of Bruma in the north. This land is divided into 3 distinct forests. In the heart of the region, we have the tall redwoods. These time-worn trees have seen the ancient Ayleid civilizations flourish in Cyrodiil, only to mysteriously disappear. These enormous trees dominate the land, like the White Gold Tower itself, providing refuge to any that strike down under the shelter of their huge branches.
I definitely miss this, I miss this kind of environment just because of how much I've played Skyrim, gone back for like multiple modded playthroughs, right? And just having some normal woods with having anything without snow on it is going to be kind of nice. So going back to this, I'm looking forward to it.
This area is therefore home to all sorts. People have founded small hamlets scattered across the forest floor. However, there is much more life than men and myrrh to be found among the canopies. Rabbits, foxes, wolves, boars, and even the occasional troll share these blessed woods.
Ooh.
Further west, near Coral, there is another ancient forest,
there are kind of regular
though
woods,
nowhere
yeah.
near as old.
But it still
This
has
oak
that like
forest
feeling
is
of
accredited with the birth of the city of Coral
tundra,
itself, providing an endless supply of lumber. It is said that no building within its walls could have been built without the mighty
It doesn't have
oaks
the
that
warm,
once stood
I
in
guess,
their
palace.
place. Outside these walls,
Yeah.
the trees have also contributed their limbs to
Riften's a
numerous
good example.
structures.
Riften feels nice.
Though not as glamorous, one can find old forts and the occasional dark and mysterious hamlet that owe their existence to the forest.
There's
just
certainly
as much
nothing
as
like
Coral.
this in
To the north,
Skyrim, right?
alongside the aptly named Orange Road, lies a more colourful, beautiful, and perhaps lesser-known part of the Great Forest. This comparatively small area allows its inhabitants to soak up the sun among its lush grass, crystal-clear lakes, and rich forest floor dotted in idyllic aspen trees. Hunters can be found throughout the area, though one must be wary of spriggans. These protectors of the forest do not take kindly to those who try to pillage the forest's
Look, he's got a bow
resources and
too. Shouldn't he be a
inhabitants.
stealth
As
archer?
beautiful as the area may be, do not be fooled. As with anywhere, danger lurks around every corner. A wise adventurer would keep their wits about them
Cauldron
and
Chronicles
their
right
weapon
there.
at the ready. As what may begin as a seemingly idyllic walk through the woods would end in an early grave. But the dangers of the forest come with equal opportunity. Its landscapes dotted with caves, mines, abandoned forts, shrines to powerful Daedric gods, and Ayleid ruins alike. Ayleid ruins.
I like the
Ayleids
alien
were
ruins.
a race of long extinct elves who once ruled over Cyrodiil long before recorded history. Their great cities once rivaled even the Dwemer, but like their dwarven counterparts, all that remains of their...
Am I the only one who played Skyrim and just got so tired of yet another Thalmor-infested Dwemer ruins that led to some 2-hour-long journey that really didn't give you anything special. Like, there was too much Dwemer, too much Falmer in Skyrim, and it got really tiring after a while. Oh, yeah, great, another Dwemer ruins that leads into Blackreach. Great, I'm excited. It all felt very samey, yeah.
Civilization of the ruins. But don't be confused. Although the Aliot have long passed beyond the mortal realm, that doesn't mean these ruins are empty.
With that one ancient city with the fake sun.
Step carefully.
Wasn't that was Blackreach? And like, to some extent, I do enjoy Blackreach, but it is. What is it about Blackreach that kind of rubs me wrong? But when I play Elden Ring and I discover the well, what's that area underneath Limgrave called? Like that to me, that's a cool area. But Blackreach in Skyrim just kind of feels, I don't know, tiring? I don't know how to put it.
Through these halls.
Either way, we can't watch all of this, but if you guys want to see how these are going on, these both released a couple days ago, and they look awesome to me. I just wish there was an answer as to what happened to them. That's true. Yeah, the last update for I think there was the release year announcement, but that was a year ago. So it's been quite a while since we had an update on Sky Oblivion. Looks so good though. We're gonna watch a Tim Kaine video later too, because there was one that looked really nice. But we'll do that in a couple hours. Maybe a couple. He had one for I'm naive and optimistic. And I feel the same way. And I want to watch that. And maybe watch the jobs, careers, and callings one too. I think there's a lot of nice info. So what kind of game are you working on? I'm working on an open world alchemy game where the potions you make affects the fate of the NPCs. So there's going to be a lot of choice, a lot of consequence to your choice and how it affects different NPCs in the world. And then there will be a lot of activities that you can partake in the open world as well, while you're waiting for NPCs to show up at your hut. You mentioned a game set during the time of the drummer. That'd be pretty cool. I would like to see some more exploration of different time periods in the Elder Scrolls universe. That would be nice. How do I get black though? Because this is doing like scale color, and I think it's to some extent. Maybe like color based on age or something? I don't know how to put it. How could I get an actively black color from the particle in this case? I do see an initialized color and then a color hue shift range. I was watching a video from someone today who laments that since Bethesda got a hold of Fallout, that things have stopped changing. Things have basically remained stagnant. I'm really not sure what happens behind Bethesda's doors. They're a very interesting company from the way they work, and they certainly have a lot of experience doing what they do. But I'm guessing that a lot of the people that made these into deeper RPGs have probably left, and they realized that catering to a larger market by dumbing some things down and making them more accessible makes them more money in the long run than appealing to the niche that their RPGs originally appealed to. And I think that they realized that from the shift with probably Oblivion. And then Skyrim really took it to the next level. And now they're going to model all of their games and their simplicity based on Skyrim. Because it really is just a genre definer. Not have said it better. Maybe you could have. I try to think about that a lot because I'm trying to wonder, okay, how did we get such a... We got deep RPGs. They've gotten dumber. And my only thinking can be that it's because it's widening its appeal. And that just means more money. And I think Starfield might have been a way to try to widen it even more. Because it did sacrifice a lot of RPG elements. And they probably realized that they might have gone too far. And so they're probably going to try to bring things back to Skyrim level. I feel like you can make the game more accessible without dumbing things down. I think that there's probably some middle ground, yeah. I also don't like how a lot of games nowadays are treating their audience like idiots, I guess you could say. I don't like the notion that, oh, players don't read. Don't make text-based tutorials. Don't put a whole bunch of text in your game. Don't water it down with reading-based lore or dialogue because players aren't going to read it. I absolutely reject this. I think that the more we cater to that, the more it's going to become expected and commonplace. But I think that with interesting lore, with interesting characters, players will want to read and will want to learn more. You just need to entice them. You need to bring them in, and you also need to set expectations that, hey, this is a game where you're going to be expected to read. You're going to be we're going to try to pull you into the lore and into this world. And if that isn't your type of game, that's okay, but don't buy it then. You read every single book and terminal I come across in Elder Scrolls and Fallout. That's wild. Wasn't Baldur's Gate 3 super popular? I felt like that wasn't super dumbed down. I think that actually, I'll have a hot take here. And maybe some of you guys have heard it. I don't think that the story and characters of Baldur's Gate 3 were that good. I think they were pretty mid compared to other RPGs. I think that the appeal of Baldur's Gate 3 was much wider than most CRPGs. Much wider. And I think that's what made it so popular, is because what would you rather, play? Pathfinder, old Baldur's Gate, Planescape Torment, Icewind Dale, Divinity? No, they don't have very high production value. Wasn't really talking about the story, but it says the systems... I don't know, I think it's D&D 5e, right? So I think you just have a general wider appeal from the people coming in to Baldur's Gate who know D&D. And the game itself is pretty easy as well. Urban Baldur 1 and 2 cannot stand the disappointment. I do think that just generally from a story perspective, there are some good characters, some good ideas, but the stories of Baldur's Gate 3 and the characters they're meh. They did a good job, I think, implementing the combat system, but I was pretty sad that you could only get up to level 12. I don't know how to get a darker color from this. Maybe it's gotta just be like the texture, right? It's gotta be the material. It's gotta be this circle dot. If I just inverted this. Can I invert? Inverse transfer. Would it be a 1 minus? I kind of... How do I do this? Not add. Blend. So if I do it this way, it's gonna look really silly, I think. I can try it though. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 had super high production values when they came out. That's true. That is true. I do think that of what I've played recently, I like Solasta. Solasta was very much a linear story, right? There wasn't like you had a lot of choice, but their implementation of combat I think was very, very well done, especially for a small studio. I really enjoyed the combat in this game. I didn't really get into Kingmaker, but Wrath of the Righteous, I really enjoyed the character writing of Wrath of the Righteous. I think the characters had a lot of deep lore, but I'm not a fan of the Pathfinder system. I kind of have some problems with the Pathfinder system as a whole. I mean, okay, so I can get the black center. I mean, I don't think a multiply is gonna do this for me. And I need to like widen it. I don't know how to math the material to get like a black center, fade to white, and then back to black. This is beyond my knowledge of art. So when I think of games being dumbed down, I tend to think about the game systems being simplified rather than the stories. Yeah, I also think that way too. Although I think that they're both can be dumbed down, right? Skyrim is the thing where enemies level with you. Yeah, the enemy scaling, which I know why they do it. I still don't really like it. I also don't like it in Elder Scrolls Online, but I get why they do it there too. And I think that the reasons for doing it in Elder Scrolls Online are better than the reasons for doing it in Skyrim. But I'm still not a fan. Because you only really have two options, and with a massively multiplayer game, you have pros and cons to both cases of where you either scale enemies or you don't scale enemies. Yes, and there's no... It feels bad. I think that for Elder Scrolls, it feels really good in Skyrim, let's say, in levels 1 to about 30. And then you're going to get, I think you plateau at around 30. And then the enjoyment, because you just become so overpowered, and it feels weird to see everything running around at a high level, that it's the enjoyment starts to go down, that you don't feel that progression of getting more powerful and overpowering things. Witcher 3 did this much better because it didn't have a world. It had I think it's called a non-leveled world. It's either non-leveled world or a leveled world, and I can't remember which one is which. But you had areas that were significantly more difficult because the enemies were much higher level than you, so you couldn't go there unless you were prepared, or you were high enough level and had gear that could take them on. Yeah, I'm not gonna fuck around with trying to get this like darker. I mean, maybe they have one. Maybe I'll just check. Maybe they have a reverse kind of article here. Oh, I don't don't see anything. I could try to look up a tutorial. UE5. Mask material. Black center. Fade out. I just need this, but inversed. Do it, I believe. Negate the math. How do we do that? Assume I know nothing about art. Try to change the color hues. I don't even know. What does this look like? Maybe there is something. Let me check what the basic dot. You need like the basic dot inverse. I guess I could load it up in Photoshop. Drag off the color and press 1-, like the RGB. Because I did do that, but I didn't like it. It was too. I would still want the. Here's what I want. Here's what I want. I'll kind of like show it off. And maybe you can tell me if you can help me with the math behind this. Okay, I'm just gonna draw it out real. Black center. Fade out, right, to like white. And then I don't even know. What do I want? What do I want here? I could just make the mask. I could just make the mask texture here in Photoshop if I have it, right? Maybe that'd be smarter. I want it a bit darker in the center. I could do two gradients.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Derivative. That
Look, guys,
I love.
the scams don't work
absolutely
anymore.
Love.
This long-live chaos Twitch scam, it doesn't work anymore because I banned the phrases that they. I made it in like 10 minutes. It looks so bad, but I kind of like how janky it is. This should work, right? If I try this, test mask, save. Ooh, that might be a bit darker than I wanted. We'll try it though. I don't see anything. Oh, did I set up the channels properly? Probably not. You have a Sunny character you resonate the most with? Oh, that's a good question. I'd have to think about that. I bet I didn't set up the channels correctly. Master don't have alpha. Oh, do I have to delete the alpha? Hold on, how can I do that? Channels. We just want the... Oh, they're already RGB, aren't they? Oh wait, I've done this once and I can't remember. Oh, how did I do it? How did I do it? You guys can help me, by the way. What did I do wrong? That's an alpha, though. How is this different? Apart from just being black. Black is off on the mask, so is alpha. What do you mean? Explain it like I'm stupid. PS mask and does it? I need to use white instead? Oh, so these are using black? But it shows like white in here. Or do you mean for the alpha layer I need to use? So we use black here and then we use white. One day, chat, we will be smart. Like this? I don't see it though. Where is it? Is it there? There's nothing there. Maybe if you put a black layer in the picture. I did that. I don't see it though. Turn off on export. Yeah. I remember games I was ready 2 days ago. By comparison, you're on Einstein. Here's the thing, like I specialize in design, right? Like from a system standpoint. So I have way more in common with programmers than I do artists. And so anytime you need me to touch materials, I am like goo goo gaga. It doesn't compute for material things and visual aspects. It's not working though. Weird, like I'm looking at the... Maybe I shouldn't have made these black. But if I do that, are we just gonna run into the same issue that we have here with this mask? Or am I thinking about this wrong? Alpha is white on black. We want black on white, don't we? We want to invert it. What if instead of using the RBG to multiply here, I use the alpha instead? What are you trying to achieve? That's a very good question. I don't have the answer to that. Okay, so here's what I want. I don't like that this is so bright in the center. I want it to be dark. I want this to be like not radiating from a brighter color to a darker color, but almost, yeah, I want like the dark, yeah, exactly. It sounds like you want to darken the center and fade as it goes out, yes. That is, I think, generally what I'm trying to look for. But because this dot is white in the center, I can't achieve that. And if I just invert it, if I do a 1 minus, I think that it's too dark. It feels too dark. Or, I'm sorry, it still feels too light. I mean, and then you have that issue, right? Where... So you need to adjust the color gradient for the particles, not the... I mean, because I can do this, right? I can get the darkness in the center, but then I still have the issue of it just being too bright, you know? You multiplying it? I mean, there are definitely multiplications going. There's particle color, but... I mean, I guess I could change that? I don't know where that input data is being set, though. Would it be in here? It's not a parameter, though. The other way the Photoshop does it. Yeah, I'm trying to... I feel like I've done it before, but I only did it once, and it would have been years ago, so I don't remember a thing. I can change the... I do have a control over the edge as a parameter, although I don't necessarily see how I would do that through here. Where the purple's applied in the Niagara system. That's from the color hue. So normally it's here. I set it to 0.25 for the purple. Unless it's somewhere else. Where does it set that? Here in the color mode. I don't know how they achieve this this effect either with the color. Even now as a PNG with transparency. I mean, I could just say, yeah, I could just like maybe export this and invert it. That's even possible. But I'm gonna guess that that wouldn't work. There's weird art thing. I mean, I'll always try it. The hue is setting a color at the center and fading off as lifetime of the particle dies. Yeah. But the color is being based on this material, right? So, or no, it's just a mask. It's just saying where to start and where to end. So that isn't the color itself. You're right. I mean, I can make it darker, but it doesn't. There's a particle, not the color. Yeah. How did they achieve this? How did they achieve this? This gradient. I didn't know you can do gradients in the color picker. How the hell do you do that? I had no idea you could do gradients in Unreal for colors. I mean, of course I can just change it to a static color, but I'm not sure that's going to do what I need it to. I mean, I can make it darker. Oh. Do you guys like how I have no problem building out this whole level? I make entire alchemy system, NPCs, dialogue, but I struggle with fucking particle color. I guess everybody's got their good aspects and their worst ones, right? It's so outside my wheelhouse. This is the wheelhouse I don't ever go to. It's dirty and scary and filled with artists, and they intimidate me. So they speak all these art terms. How did they achieve a gradient in the Unreal Color Picker? Unreal UE 5 Color Picker Gradient. Yeah, exactly. How do you... The visual representation that your color has the value over 1. Oh. Because the values blasted out. Interesting. I mean, I can't do that in reverse, though. I'm gonna struggle with coding so fucking hard. I had to rewind the coding portion of my lesson like 100 times. So you started game dev a couple days ago. What's your journey look like so far? You know, what are you working in engine-wise and game idea? That darker. And the only way I can get that center darker is by lowering the value, but I can't go. Shift. I mean, I can remove that and just base it on color directly. Oh, the hue shift range does allow me to handle it for all the parameters. Try and change the particle from a white with transparency to black. The thing is, I think the mask is not an artist, but the mask is just telling it where to be and when to start fading out. So the color of the mask doesn't affect the color of the particle in any way. It just affects how the particle is going to look like with transparency. So changing it from... I can remove the center by changing the center to be black. But it's only affecting transparency. And what I'm doing right now is changing the center of the particle. And then as it's fading out, it's losing transparency, I think. Well, I imported mine and it didn't work properly. The most I can do is that 1 minus. Do that here. I don't know how to make the back of this black though. It's not what I meant. Okay, explain it differently. I want to make something similar to FTL but nautical. I have the storyboard all sorted out and I have the idea of what I want to make down to T, but how to take that and make it playable. What engine are you working in? Okay, go back to Photoshop. Okay. Well, I will say that whatever I did here didn't get into Photoshop, or didn't get into the engine properly. I don't know what I did. Oh, it didn't work. Change the white fade to black. I mean, I did this, but for some reason, this wasn't working in Unreal. I don't know why. I think it's because there's no white. I think I would have to do it this way. Guys, I'm not stupid, I'm just really dumb, okay? There's a difference. I don't know. I know nothing. This could make it look worse. I don't even see any change. Really? No, you don't change. Oh, it's because I changed the wrong one. Hold on. Okay, oh, okay, hold on. Alright, let's go with the original plan. Working in Godot. I guess a good start would just be trying to maybe find a tutorial where you can have a character moving based on tiles. And then find a tile set up collision. I mean, just getting a character moving around on tiles would probably be a good start. Taking the note off the alpha instead of the RGB. That's what I was thinking, but I didn't think that seemed to work, at least the first time I tried it. I mean, we're kind of back where we started. I mean, it's kind of working. It's not giving a black center, it's just giving a you don't exist center. Why is art so hard? Well, it's not even there. It's completely transparent. Like, we need it opaque, but we need it black. So we still need the white center, but we need to tell the center to just be dark and then go from dark to another layer underneath. I mean, there might be something we could do underneath. We want the center to exist. And the thing is, I think that the previous, what was here previously, I don't remember the name of it. I really don't remember the name of it. I think this was proper. This is actually what we want. Because remember, white just means that the center exists. Black means that it won't exist. So we want it to exist and then not exist as it gets bigger. But we want the existence of the center to not be bright. So we need to invert the value . And I think that's based on the scale color. So this float curve, RGB and alpha separately. So this one is doing RGB, this one's scaling the alpha. I think we want to do We want to change these curves. Let me try a curve asset. Let me make a temporary curve asset. Curve float. And we're gonna make this a value of 0, 0, and then a value of 1, 1. Let's import from this what happened. Nothing. Okay, let me make a second one. And we're going to invert this. So we're going to do one, 0, 0, 1. Okay, so the alpha, as I thought, does nothing. I feel like this effect will exist in some effects. You're not wrong. Definitely not wrong. It's gotta be the RGB. What? Gotta make it green. This is so bad. I'm trying to revert back to the proper the proper curve that was there. Might have messed it up. I don't see it anymore. Did I bork it? go. Yeah, this is weird. This is just a challenge. I mean, we do change the RGB down to... We scale the alpha down to... I mean, if this key is just deleted, right? And we normalize these... We flatten it. We get nothing. Make a black particle. Good question. We should be able to. We start the particle. I need it to actually show here. And get white. Why is it that if we lower the value, because changing the mask isn't going to do it. You'd think it'd be easier. I just need a black color. I don't even know why I'm doing this. I don't know why I'm so focused on getting that. It's not important. This is so unimportant. But I'm so in deep that I will continue digging my own grave until the end of the day. And then I will go home and I'll drink myself into oblivion because I'll be so sad that I spent the whole day doing this instead of focusing on what I needed to do. Wait for it to compile. I mean, hanging out with you guys is a lot of fun, though. I like hanging out with you. You guys make this a lot easier to suffer. Can you compile? Look, there's black inside of this. There's black in here. How do we get the black? Should have figured out and give me something to say. It's gonna be like one thing. Like I just had to uncheck. We want to use this teleporter hole one. Let's talk about making a black hole. I mean, there's black inside here. I think. Just turn them all off. how would the black? Okay, portal radial UV. How'd you do it? Can I just copy you? Can I just copy this? Can I just paste it in here? Look, we did it, chat. We have the black. It's a very small radius. I totally did this myself. Isn't that crazy? Oh, that's all I wanted. I'm gonna cry. All I wanted. I mean, it's gonna look a little bit better when I enable the other things too, so I'm not gonna take it too seriously right now. Because I just want it to exist in this. Did I fuck that up? What did I break on here? Oh. Why does the purple not show up anymore? What did I do? It's just working. Did I? How did I do that? Did I bump something on accident? What did I press? Like I still see the black. Kind of. Only from some side. What? I turned off the teleporter, but I'm. This is the one that I'm messing with. Is this aloft bonfire? And the purple got. What is going on? When in doubt, I will press Control Z until I see the purple again. I do? It's like, it's on. It should be showing. Oh, the emitter was oh, I think I bumped this little guy next to it, which isolates the emitter. Now we know. It's like play only that thing. I see. Okay. Lesson learned. You can isolate the emitter to only show that emitter. Now we know. You can tell how much I work in Niagara. I mean, all of the other effects should be... should have that same color. I don't know if I want these to be active though, personally. This I don't mind, but it moves way too quickly. Both of these do. I kind of just prefer this. Much more like subtle. If I can make it move slower, it's a lot more subtle. And much smaller. Lifetime could determine it. I'm not 100% sure though. Because it might be trying to go a certain distance in its lifetime. Like rotation rate. Now we'll figure this one out. Yeah, lifetime does have a little bit to do with it. Like, so ridiculous. I mean, is this the spawn? Keep location. Yeah, there's only an issue where because the lifetime is longer than the looping, it's gonna have that weird break in it. How can we fix that? that's pretty cool. It's cool, but it still moves too fast. That's art's still an issue. There is the velocity, but it isn't enabled, so I don't think that's where it's being controlled. Might be user sub. It's gonna help a little bit. I set it to nighttime. But I think they do have light in it. Yeah, we can already see some issues here. I'm okay with them exuding a light and aura in this manner. That is obviously way too oppressive. Let's see. I'll probably make a separate. I'll do something separate for the main mesh because that's a little bit larger, right? But for these small ones, I want to keep them more conservative in this way. Maybe we could even bring them down a little bit more. Three. It could be boosted a little bit. That looks pretty good. Isolate. I think this is still a little bit large. See, I think that looks pretty nice. If you ask me, I mean, I still kind of want to change this particle because I think this could look. Once fixed, it could look really good. Because that's just a bit too much. I mean, or worst case, we just don't do that and we have this very faint aura exuding from it, right? Which I think is both, to some extent, it's kind of hard to notice from a distance, which I'm okay with. I'm not against that. But it isn't that hard. There's a little bit of purple that can catch your eye. And it draws you in. Yeah. I mean, I'll adjust this blue in a similar way, and we'll just see what happens. How can I fix this? That is way too big. Much fainter is nice. Size though is still quite large. I do wish there was a little bit more like verticality, I guess, to this, but I'm okay with it. I guess we could also change its location. Well, I don't know. This looks fine. I can bring back some of this distortion, although I need to severely modify it. Just like a little bit, right? Faint. Almost unnoticeable. What is this one? Oh. Too much. Turn it off. I feel like the red with white polka dots is also pretty noticeable. Yeah, I mean the toadstool itself is definitely noticeable. Because we have regular toadstool scattered around. I don't know. There's some by the hut. I'm lost. Where's the hut? Okay. We have some back here. These are just regular, and this would be like a corrupted version. Ignore the big mesh because I'm gonna fix that. The particle effects with the big mesh, but the small ones I think are pretty. Aren't those red and white ones super poisonous in real life? I don't know. Yeah, okay. What are you doing? It's a Monday. Do you have classes today? This one, right? Toxicity. It is a psychoactive neurotoxin. guess you could get a hallucinogenic, and if it's a neurotoxin, wouldn't that also potentially dull your nerves? Mild nausea, twitching to drowsiness, auditory and visual distortions, mood changes, euphoria, relaxation. So your neurons. Semi-toxic, actually technically a psychedelic. Probably hurt you if you took, yeah. It seems like you'd only at most want to have one mushroom. Found in a parking lot, Portland, Oregon. That explains a lot. They are a really cool looking mushroom though. It's a very beautiful mushroom. Yeah, sedative, hypnotic, psychedelic. Dissociative, deliriant. I'd be too afraid of doing stuff like that because, you know, you never know if you're going to have a good trip or a bad trip and how susceptible you are to the effects of it, right? Someone growing in a cave out where I live is like a scene out of a video game. A single beam of light shining down on it. My god. Oh, look, a health mushroom. Oh. Why duplicate this? I mean, I don't think we want to do the main mesh FX. I'm the only psychedelic mushrooms to grow in South Dakota. They're in South Dakota. I am from Wisconsin. And now I live in Poland. Ew. Funny mushrooms you find randomly, you need to really know mycology, yeah. I mean, you never know, especially just how much even... I mean, it's just not worth... it's not a risk worth taking. It really isn't. And if you really want the psychedelic effects, you could probably just ask a mycologist, honestly. Like, they're not going to turn you into the police for wanting to have a light trip off of a mushroom. But at the very least, contact somebody who knows what they're talking about. And do it with somebody. Do it in a safe environment with somebody who can restrain you if you have a bad trip, because there have been a lot of cases where people have bad trips and they do some pretty crazy shit. But there are a bunch of mushrooms that are poisonous. You can't really tell if they are or not. Yeah. There's a lot of mushrooms that look similar to each other, and some are safe to eat if cooked. Some are unsafe, and some are unsafe unless you cook them. I don't know mushrooms, but I'm not even trying. Yeah, it's better just not to take the chance. Yeah, I mean, you could also have an allergic reaction too. You could go into anaphylactic shock if you don't have somebody with an EpiPen there. It's just not worth the risk. Oh my god, that's not what I wanted. Where's the particle? Oh, it's probably compiling. Oh, I see the issue. I see the issue. I mean, I will say that if you're trying to look for something to... There are some good uses, especially for some of those psychoactives, or like I've heard like MDMA is very useful for people with PTSD. It's been known to be quite a good treatment. But these are all careful doses. You can't just go out and eat a mushroom. It'd be the same like just going out to eat berries. It's like you don't know which ones are safe and which ones aren't. Don't do it. Okay, let's adjust the scale on this main mesh one a bit, because I like the I like the effect being given to the small ones, but this main one kind of feels a bit. And if we need to, we can move the smaller mushrooms a bit away to help prevent some of the effects from overlapping and kind of looking just like a mosh spray. We can also move it up a bit too. It is a uniform scale. I could do non-uniform. You know, we could push this in one direction. I already regret my decision. Take it back. Go back more. Back further. Oh, keep going. Oh, definitely keep going back. There we go. Mistakes were made. In general, most red berries are not edible, so people in the sheet thought that tomatoes are poison. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's just better not to risk it. You are honestly better off eating random bark. Okay, I'll put it this way. You're better off eating random ass insects and like grubs that you find out in the wilderness than you are trying any berry or any mushroom. And arguably, you're gonna get much better calories and nutrition from eating like a bunch of ants or a grub that you find. If a bird would eat it, you're probably safe eating it too. Usually. Just eat the worms, eat the bugs. I know they're not great, but trust me, you're probably not gonna die from eating some worms and a grub. If you really need to survive, don't eat the bark. Bark doesn't really have any calories. Not worth it. It's gonna dry you out too. I was in Boy Scouts, you can trust me. Too much. Don't eat slugs, though. Quite a few of those. That's very true. Crimson Surge. Very true. And also welcome. Yeah, you're very right about the slugs. Tomatoes are related to nightshade, a very poisonous plant. That's so true. This is just a survival tip stream while we work on particle effects. You never know what to expect in this channel. I mean, I can move this up, but it is gonna look a little weird, I think, coming from closer to the top, you know? And also, we probably don't want it to emit light because it is inside. Yeah, it's gonna look a little weird if it emits. The tomatoes got bad rep because of people eating them on pewter plates, but it was actually the lead, not tomatoes. That could happen. They are very acidic. Yeah, I think we'll disable the light emission from these. And what I could do is, well, actually, the smaller ones don't have collision anyway. Maybe the large mesh doesn't. Let me test it. If the meshes don't have collision, I can just disable them from... Oh. Here. My FPS so bad. Not these, is it? Probably just because I have these particle simulations open. I do what I do with the toxic cap. And the elder mist. Where are those? I probably would have changed them. Yeah, they don't cast shadow, or at least the main mesh doesn't. But that's because there's only one light. I wonder if I could get some like volumetric fog. If I could have these like exuding some fog or something, but I don't know if I have any fog effects. Fog card. Hide cloud. I mean, it's not really. I guess maybe smoke. Can we smoke? X. I don't see it. Could be trying to render. Yeah. Off to bed. Good luck with the rest of the progress. Thank you so much, Edgelord. Good luck with your progress too, and I hope that we can see you back here on the stream. And you can fill me in on how it's going. And if you want me to play anything that you make, just let me know. I'm super open to that. I want like, you know, when you have a smoke machine, right? Like a fog machine. I want kind of like that, just hovering on the ground by these mushrooms, right? You run for sure, appreciate it. Awesome. Thank you again for the follow. Sweet dreams. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Look at me, GPU. Yeah, right. Would have to be volumetric as well. There isn't like any base volumetric. I mean, there's a volumetric cloud. What does this do? I can't even see anything. I don't know. I'm just pushing it. I'm doing so much unnecessary work for this. Did this? It's not really. I mean, this is a small level. I guess there is like a cube. How do you do that? A very easy material. I can see, I can absolutely support materials like this. These are my favorite kinds of materials. 2 nodes, that's it. But it would be really cool if it was like a particle simulation. It looks cool though. It does look cool. Really good for like hiding enemies down there. I bet like GTFO did it similarly to this. I think GTFO was made in Unreal, unless I'm mistaken. I wonder if there's anything like that in the store. GTFO's really GTFO's the Unity. Get the fuck out! Yeah, that's exactly what it stands for. It's a really good game. It's a very good game. Action horror game. Communication heavy. You're gonna fail a lot, and you need good teamwork and a little bit of luck. Interesting, so it's Unity. God, that game looks good. It's almost like this localized volumetric fog. It's exactly like this. I'm wondering how difficult that would be to set up. Because we were talking how it would be cool if during different times of the day you would have some like fog over the lake. And then as the sun came up, the fog would dissipate around the lake. So having a way to paint in some of that would be nice. Almost pixel. Yeah, it does look nice. It'll probably have to be something that we look into after we pitch our game. Ooh. Oh yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. Oh, we need this. Oh, we need this. You guys can, you cannot talk me out of this. This is exactly what we need. I mean, imagine our dungeons with this kind of like fog, and it's spooky. You just hear the creaking of bones. Yeah, this is cool. I'm gonna turn on the sound to see if there's any like. I regret it already. I regret turning on the sound. Okay, I'm changing that. We'll do this. Just the rain sound will be very atmospheric. And the good thing is I have some other ideas, and I have a colleague who's working on a horror game. He might like this too. He might have this. I'd have to ask him. I'll add it to my wish list though, and then I'll see if he owns it or if he could use it. This looks so cool. I would have so many uses for this. Just from an atmospheric standpoint. Wow, yeah, that's nice. That looks good. And it's not much, it's only 25 bucks. I can support that. Oh, I wish there was a demo. What is that? Fog presets, paint fogs and flow maps, self-shadowing, rotational fog, spline-based fog blueprint with animations, quality settings based on distance, randomization, far and near distance fade functions, makes multiple fog volumes too. That's awesome. Not the guy who made last half of Darkness is still making games today. It was pretty obvious they were leveraging modern assets to make better stuff, and it occurred to me that they were doing that back in the day too. Just that back in the day there was a lot less stuff people had access to. Yeah. 100%. I'm not a big fan of the people who look down on utilizing assets. I think that utilizing anything made by somebody else is always a risk from a development standpoint, that you didn't make it yourself, so you don't know how it works. But there's plenty of stuff that you can use in your game that you just might not have been able to make yourself. Ever. You know, this is very enabling for indie developers, where I can just buy for $25 some amazing volumetric fog. Or I can spend the next, I don't know, 3 months trying to figure out how to do it myself, right? Yeah, they're a tool, exactly. Yeah. The same thing with, like, LLMs, right? With, like, ChatGPT. You can misuse it. You can have it lie to you. You can use it for coding and, make shit. A fluid ninja. But you can also use it to automate certain menial tasks, right? Or watch a professional Indian tutorial, true. That 3 months might not even get you to where that. Yeah, you're 100% right. 100% right. I've seen Fluid Ninja before. This looks good. I'm gonna try to make sure that for Cauldron Chronicles, because this, I do feel like this is a game where VFX are going to be very, very heavily used, that we find somebody who can maintain a consistent, enjoyable style for all the usages that we have. I don't want to go cheap. I don't want to be... I just want to make sure that when you're building potions, when you are using potions in the environment, that we don't just automatically go GPU, particle sim, generic, Unreal, you know, fireflies with some vortex in there, right? That we create something that feels stylized and unique. But for prototyping, we can just make use of whatever we have. Photoscanned alien planet. How was it photoscanned if it's an alien planet? It's also, it almost feels like it's too much detail. You guys ever get that feeling in games where you're playing and you realize that the quality of the assets is so high that to an extent it actually feels like it's not unique anymore? I took images of alien places and do basic prototype with whatever you got, and then once you're happy with the prototype, then you start putting your own artistic flair on it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's exactly what we have here, is just a representation of what we're trying to achieve. I need some music. Endless Legend, that'll work. Need some. I do have. Okay, I do have some. I turned it off because I wanted to see what the lights were like on this, but I might disable the lights. We'll see. I gotta finish up getting these prepared. Okay, let's see. I need to adjust the size of the other two particles here. Which one is this? Okay, it's this one. Let's go from 1 to 1.2. And this one, 1.3, 1.5. Could be a bit more. That is way too much. I fucked something up. They look pretty okay. What happens if I set these to not receive shadow? I'm sorry, not cast. Oh, you can't really see the light coming out of them anyway. I could just disable the lights. Then instead we could put a couple of well-placed spotlights onto the dish. We're only gonna have a couple of these anyway. Systems look a bit complicated. There is a bit to them. I've disabled most of it. I only have 4 of the nodes enabled. 5 of them. I need to increase the distortion on this just a bit. That might be a bit too much. That's pretty good, actually. We'll see what happens. Okay, spotlight. Let's see. I'm trying to adjust it over here so that we can see the changes. Not that. Very bright. That's about the color. What's the attenuation radius? That's way too big. Yeah. Experience with Niagara is pretty limited, only done simple stuff with it. I've never made anything from scratch with it. I did a little bit with the old system with Cascade, but that was back in 4.0, you know, 4 point something, whatever it was. Early 4.0. I'm not very good at it. I was always more focused on like making systems too. I mean, do I want to do this or just do one point light? Really bright. Could do something like that. More of a visual person, so it's something that I definitely want to learn more about, though. There's so much depth to making it quite intimidating. You are the opposite of me, then. I have a very active imagination. Like I can imagine visually how this game looks and works and everything. But if you ask me to make the visual aspects of it, I break. For me, like finding a good art director, finding somebody that I can work with and who can understand the system. So I have a colleague that I used to work with, and he had designed LARPs, and he LARPs a lot, and he has a really good design brain. Like he just gets game design, even though he doesn't like want to make it, and he doesn't want to work with the systems. He likes his art stuff, but talking to him, I can explain a game idea to him and he just gets it. But then visually, he can take that and run with it from a visual aspect. So he and I we could snowball an idea from systems to visuals very quickly. And if I had enough money, I'd be damn sure I'd hire him. But I don't think I could afford him, as much as I might want to. I do this. This kind of looks nice, although I do think the intensity of the point light is probably a bit too... makes it hard to see the effects. Bring it down a bit too. The attenuation on that? Way too high. Set it to 4. Because I might want this affecting some of like the rocks or something if we put it nearby. Right? I just probably turn off cast shadow. I turn off cast shadows on the main mesh. I kind of like it on the sub meshes, but I suppose that's open for debate. I'm not gonna place it here, but I want to use it just as a reference point. I think the attenuation's pretty good. The intensity, I think, is just enough where it's visible, but it doesn't overshadow the visual effects. Let's see what it looks like to scale. That's definitely an aura, isn't it? Distortion is way too much on that main mesh. That's better. Looks pretty cool. Yeah, I like this. It works. It works. I don't know about the performance of this. Guess we can test it. 40 FPS right now. Now we'll delete it. And I'll look in the same spot. Yeah, about the same. I mean, okay, I will say well, it is a CPU sim, so my computer is very CPU bound. It is not GPU bound. I guess it's okay. We would just need to make... What do we need to do for this? We need to make sure the foliage is working. Toadstool corrupted. Collectible ingredient has toadstool corrupted. We could then make the ingredient quickly in our data table and then add the strings and we should be good. I'm actually curious, what happens with the... with this color here if we over-saturate its value? Oh. So would that actually make the lavender jar look different? That's not what I want. Wait, did I change the right one? Oh, we don't have lavender in this. Hold on, I need to do it to something else. Like the sun streak. I'm just curious if this actually changes the color being shown. No. Yeah. So we made this much progress in 80 days? Yes. We've done full gameplay loop, one cycle of gameplay loop. The world, I made the alchemy system by scratch, and we've made the GDD pitch, fact sheet, budget, same. So all like everything relating to Cauldron Chronicles is 80 days. And recently I've had a little bit of help, well, quite a lot of help from a friend and colleague to touch up the level. So he just recently boosted this area up around the beach. He added in this river, which is really cool. Improved the abandoned village. He touched up the cliffs here. Added cliffs around here as well. He doesn't want to touch too much because, you know, we can't make any huge changes to the... He added this entrance to the cave, which is pretty cool. Oh, and he added this island too. Nice. We're getting there, you know, we have our goal. We want to get funded. I think that this build is still too early for receiving funding, but I'm not going to pass up the opportunity to try. All things hidden behind waterfall. Yeah, any game with waterfall. Yeah, I mean, I actually feel less if I play a game and there's nothing behind a waterfall. It's actively disappointing in a way that I don't want to feel as an individual, as a human being. Can I just copy the toadstool stuff maybe? We can just start there and change it, I guess. I've been making my own game for about 3 weeks and I have so much left to do before I have a prototype. The list is very long. Yeah, I definitely know how that feels. Definitely know how that feels. I'm excited. I'm excited though. I'm really looking forward to pushing this further. I think we use this for a toadstool, don't we? I mean, if we get funded, there's a lot of work that we have to do. A lot. And this is a game that we're looking at a production range of, for sure, 3 years, let's say. But I want to make it right. You know, I want to do it correctly. Honestly, I'm just going to add a purple glow behind it. Assets, icons, T, toadstool. Maybe 30% of the things on my to-do list. I've been thinking recently too about how much like we have to do. And I didn't have like a story idea in mind or like a I didn't have too much of the lore figured out of the game. I'm a very slow writer. Dreadfully slow. So we kind of got to that too late, and now that we have this whole corruption mechanic that I do like it from a how it's going to work mechanically and what it's going to do for the game. But I don't have any of that prototyped. And so I'm going to be talking about this corruption mechanic, 2 weeks from now. And it's nowhere in the game. There's nothing. Which is for sure the biggest problem that we have. And I can't solve that before we go there, but I can just tell them that. I'll just be like, look, we had the idea late. I didn't have enough time to make it, but if you like what we're doing here, then we'll have it sooner rather than later. Need purple. But I'm okay. It's not like I'm gonna get deterred. If they say, yeah, we just need to see more of it. Because for me, that's a half success, right? Like they say, okay, the game idea is cool, but there just isn't enough for us to make a final decision yet. Like, okay, then I'll just keep working. We'll just get to that point. That's the easy stuff. That's just work. I mean, Lori's that have the corruption be the reason why some of the mushrooms now glow. Yeah, it is. It is. It's 100% is. So the reason, hey Luigi, how you doing? So the whole idea is that you are, I can try to explain. I need to get better at saying it without looking at our document, right? I need to practice that a bit. The whole idea is that you are out in this isolated hut, right? There's two kingdoms, one really far this way, one really far this way. And you are out in this hut with your, like, let's just say your dad or your mom or whatever, and they tell you, hey, you know, we have this client coming soon. He always asks for this potion. Can you go out and collect some of this ingredient because I don't have enough? I thought we did, but we don't. So you go out, you start collecting, and you find this one with this weird purple aura, right? And you bring it back to your parents, and you're like, what is this really weird thing? It's like, oh shit. Neurons activated, bad signs, bad juju. This is an ancient corruption that was supposed to have been eradicated, and it seems to be coming back. I don't have time to you know, discuss it in detail. I need to go to the capital city, which is really far away, and I need to coordinate things with the other alchemists, you know, the alchemist guild, right? You, player, you in chat, I need you to manage the hut while I'm gone. And if you find any more of the corruption, try your best, use all the knowledge I've taught you to try and keep it at bay until we have a solution for the entire world. So here you are, you have to fill the shoes of your parent who is managing this hut and all the people that filter in and ask for different potions, and also work to manage this corruption as it's spreading. So it's like, okay, how does this spread? Well, so it's going to turn out that the moon cycles play a key, where every new moon, the corruption spreads. So it seems like the sun and the light are its enemy, right? But every time there's a new moon, of course, there's no light. So it spreads to a new region every new moon. And you have to find it then before the next new moon, find a way to eradicate it from that region, or double down and spread the corruption intentionally because it provides extra like difficulty and properties to the ingredients that you find in that area. So there's a bit of risk reward of, do I want to let the corruption spread a bit, reap the rewards, and then push it back, or do I want to keep it at bay so I don't get overwhelmed with it? So that's gonna kind of provide you with a way to dynamically change the world as time goes on, and to help make the world, the dungeons, the enemies, the animals that you find in there, and the plants, of course, have different properties. And kind of give you an overarching goal as opposed to just doing things for the NPCs. Of course, that will be one part of it as well, but the world will have its own dynamic feel to it, where it lives and breathes. Risk reward element for letting the corruption, which is very important when it comes to game design. Yeah. I love risk reward stuff. You know, as somebody who like worked on Darkest Dungeon, and I made a big overhaul mod for it that made it more difficult, more challenging. I love just let the player determine the amount of risk that they want to take on, but make sure that they are proportionally rewarded for that risk that they take on. That's the general theme of the corruption, and we need to then prototype it, see how it feels, and then we can start diving into the lower level of the design. But we need to test it first, of course, right? I feel like at least for now, because I haven't really thought about it too much, the corrupted variants of plants should almost do like the opposite and be a bit stronger. So if like the toadstool itself is about health, corrupted one should be about negative properties and be pretty strong in its effects. Covering the player with difficulty choices is very important. I agree. If you make it part of the whole narrative, then the player is less likely to notice that's actually what it is. That's 100% true, yeah. Man, I feel like literally nothing was really worth doing in Darkest Dungeon. I have problems with Darkest Dungeon. I don't think it's a perfect game. I do like the game, but I think it suffers from a lack of variety to support the length of the game itself. I think the gameplay loop is pretty good, but you're asked to repeat it too many times without enough variation for it to actually provide a quality experience. Like, maybe if you cut down the game by 50 to 60%, you'd have a really good, sizable, but still manageable, you know, like 20 to 30 hour experience for most players. Maybe like 15 to 20. Just about everything about that game is bad. Like, I was sucked in by a brilliant art style. Oof. He does have game design issues for sure, but the idea, yeah, I like the idea of the game. I made a big overhaul mod for it. Where is it? I'm gonna open this up on the other screen because I think there's some not safe for work stuff that I can see. Oh my god, yeah, that is something. I'm not gonna show you guys. I made this this mod called Pitch Black Dungeon. Which, it's hard to talk about a overhaul mod and what it changes, but it's a gameplay overhaul, so it doesn't change what the game is, but it does add in like a ton of variety. It adds in potions, more quests, 220 pieces of lore, 750 new enemy variants, more diseases, a rebalanced all trinkets, new trinket sets, which I love the art for. I was able to work with a fantastic artist on those. Mini bosses, thousands of new encounters. So it was really just like, hey, did you like the game, but you want to try something fresh, but not something that is overwhelmingly different? Here you go. Oh my god, trinkets are completely worthless. You would like some of the trinkets that I added with Pitch Black Dungeon. Never touched modding or anything, so this is first time ever trying game dev. How much goes into it, especially when your solo is just, yeah, it is. I always underestimate how much work doing solo stuff is. What if we do like damage, health, or I don't have a lot of negative effects. Let me copy. Let me work from this. I also need to quit with the idiot ball stuff. What do you mean? That was just about the biggest waste of my time in years. Well, I'm not gonna pitch it to somebody who doesn't like Darkest Dungeon, right? If you don't like Darkest Dungeon, you're not gonna like my mod, because it is more Darkest Dungeon. But what I felt were the main issues of Darkest Dungeon, which were the variety and the pacing and the challenge, I've tried to adjust. Doesn't help us sometimes you have this, want to do it, and it should be pretty simple, but turns out actually implement. Yeah, and that's what is usually considered probably a known unknown. You know what you need to do, you don't know how to accomplish it, right? And so that is a big question mark with how much time it's going to take. Okay, so I will add too that the amount of RNG in Darkest Dungeon to me was too much, and it resulted in a game that wasn't strategic, because no matter how much you strategized, you could still be fucked over by the RNG, which kind of removes the strategy, right? Now, I think the game needs RNG. I'm not saying you should remove RNG, but make the RNG manageable and make it so that the player's mistakes can be attributed 95% of the time, in my opinion, to the player not doing something or doing something wrong. And that is also something that I tried to achieve with my mod, right? It was too wide. It was way too wide. So I always pitched my mod as as easy as the original game if you're really good at strategizing, right? It's more challenging, it's not more difficult. It's not like I just ramped up numbers and now the RNG is even worse, right? You can find ways to beat it, but you're gonna have to put more effort into finding good combinations, strategizing with what you are expecting to find in the dungeon, things like that. Other than actually putting you in a bad situation because of a mistake you made, the game forces you to do things that are just dumb. Like you can't heal in the hallway. My mod fixes that. Because you have potions now, and you can use potions in hallways. The modding is very limited. Like I can't override the fact that you can't heal in hallways. That's hard coded. But I do have potions which you can use in hallways. I try to do what I could with the tools that I had available to me. Put it that way. It boosts the frenzy up. Corrupted dried. Or health, regenerate mana. Do damage, mana. If I'm in a dungeon and on death's door, you bet I'm not healing until more danger gets here. Good. I thought a lot of the stress attacks were just kind of nonsense, like some skeleton splashes funky water on you and you crushes your spirit. I think it was because it was supposed to be blood. If I remember correctly, what was in his goblet was blood. I actually wrote some lore on that. Oh man, I don't remember. What did I write? I think I wrote it as like some tainted blood that made individuals hallucinate a little bit. I don't remember what I wrote about that, but it's somewhere in one of my lore pages in the mod. I tried to explain why that was actually happening. But doesn't say what's in his goblet. It's just this little guy with no weapons, so he splashes you. How many party wipes? What was the party wipe that made you this salty about the game? You just know I'm teasing you. Around Amanos. I mean, I'm sure I wrote it somewhere. Where was it? Public lore doc. Let's see if we can find it. Spoilers past this point, that's true. There is a totally new, well, there's a parallel storyline in my mod with its own unique bosses. Which... or tier. I said, what splashed over my face was not wine, nor was it blood. Contained within was some vile mixture that stained my clothes, stung my eyes, and gave me visions of what has been and what will be. In a fraction of a second, I was aware of all the horrors that have plagued my life. Okay, so it wasn't blood or wine. But fuck it, we're going with something different. It says just leave the dungeon, but you can't hit the leave button until you have a turn. Everyone fucking skips their turn, you can't leave. RNG is quite often a good thing in games when done right, yeah. And it's more unpredictability and gives some of those emotional highs and lows you want. At the same time, you never want it to feel, yeah. Yeah, and I do think that the ranges at display in Darkest Dungeon were a bit too high. I tried to lower that a bit and provide more ways to deal with those negative circumstances. So like the potions were one of those, right? So you could use those at any time. They wouldn't use up your turn. You know, they were ways for you to either maybe provide a strong healing to your character, provide a buff, or cure your allies of all their dots, right? That was a very expensive potion, but a way for you to prepare and to counteract some of the RNG that could occur. Or drink an unknown blood mixture that might do something bad, but provide you with some strong healing. Very easy to go from totally fine to everyone freaking out and skipping their turns. Yeah, it is. One of the things I did too is I removed the cap on virtue chance. So in vanilla game, the virtue chance can only max be 75%. Again, one of those kind of fucked up RNG things. So you could reach a case where you could stack as much virtue chance as you want, but you'll still have a 25% chance to be afflicted. I removed that. And I removed the maximum stress prevention amount. I think there was a maximum, or there was just a maximum that you could achieve from all of the effects combined. And so I made it so that you could stack up stress prevention on like your tank to 100%, so he would just not receive stress if he was hit with something. And then you could stack up virtue chance, and so that way if you wanted to ensure that a virtue was going to happen, you could do it. It would be very difficult, and you'd be sacrificing other buffs and boosts, but it could be done. I was drawn by the on-point aesthetic stripping with personality. Yeah, Chris does a great job with the art. Promise of an interesting game, and I felt that it delivered essentially nothing except the art stuff. That's fair. I still really like it, but I'd play my mod, like, because at this point I know everything about the game anyway, like all of the a lot of the values and stuff and the mechanics. So there isn't much to surprise me. So a game or a mod that adds more strategy can at least reward me. I mean, it's my own mod too. What am I gonna do? Not play my own mod? Put in perspective, only 4.1% of players in Steam have beat DD on its default difficulty setting. That definitely puts it into perspective. I'm overthinking this way too much. I just need to put it in. You could add a tag too for corrupted. I don't think I have a corrupted tag though. But it's not low percentage considering how much it's sold. This shows there are design issues with their game. I think to some extent that can be true. I think that in a large case, the game was just too long. It just took too long to beat. I think that makes up for a lot of the percentage. Next time you put yourself in a bad situation because you've made certain decisions, yeah. That game is not married to the notion that you are always in a bad situation, so it doesn't force you to make dumb decisions in order to force that situation. Yeah, I also prefer games, especially with a strategy, and the pain is self-inflicted through lack of preparation, lack of knowledge. Yeah, the game, it's, Darkest Dungeon, to me, it's really not difficult. It's very easy to beat, but you can still be a master player and get hit with this bad string of RNG that you can't really do anything to fix. And one of the biggest reasons for that, in my opinion, was the D8 speed modifier, which was way too much. I would have done at most like a D4 if I wanted to randomize it a bit. So every time you rolled speeds, you would add a D8 to your speed, and that determined your order for that round. So you could stack up, like a considerable amount of speed on a character, and one bad, roll that you have no control over could make quite a slow character act before that. I would have done, like I said, at most D4 for that, if I would have done that at all. Armor string. Old stool. High levels dies in Darkest Dungeon, you have to level up the whole entire part. Yes. The punishing death mechanics were a bit too much. Some people found it pretty funny because I actually made a save backup tool for that game that you could run while playing the game. Like, well, you make a mod that makes the game a lot more challenging, and you're okay with people save scumming? Yeah. Dude, nobody wants to come home after a long day at work, play a game that they really love, and lose 5+ hours of progress because of a string of decisions or a string of, consequences that they couldn't have done anything about. Nobody wants that. Okay, some people want that. A lot of people don't want that. And if you don't want that, then yeah, here's the tool. Just back up your saves. Here's how you restore them. Enjoy the game. Save scum your way if it makes you happy. Artificially in length is, yeah, it does. Having a game be Iron Man should be an option, not default for 90% of games. Yeah, I get it. I get why they did it, and it's not like they advertised the game as something else, right? And I think players would have been okay with it had the punishment not been so severe in terms of time lost, and had the actions that led to that death, not sometimes, often, have been so uncontrollable. I think the game was advertised as a lot more story heavy than it was. I don't know about that. Why is that broken? I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't know if it was or not. I was backing the game from Kickstarter, so maybe I had a little bit of a different experience with it. Oh, we still need to add the ore effects in here. We should do that today too. Maybe. Or tomorrow. That's what attracted me to it. You think it still says that on the Steam page, though? But look. I mean, it does say it includes character permadeath. Incredible replay. I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure Darkest Dungeon has incredible replay. Look, once you play through 33% of the game, you've experienced pretty much all of the enemy types and most of the compositions that you'll experience in the game. That's it. Like, there's nothing else to it. When you encounter bandits, they're gonna be one of like 4 different compositions, and your methods of dealing with them are gonna be the same pretty much every time. There was a big uproar about corpses and heart attacks. There's a very big uproar about that. Why did this have issue getting exported or imported? Oh, because we don't have the type. Hold on. I need to add the tag. Gotta. Tags. I think that's the issue with it. Yeah. Corrupted. Okay, well, it should work. It should be in game. Let's see if we can add it. Also need the string table. Try that again. Error, no string. Shove your string errors. Makes sense, some error, no string. Yeah, that's my favorite ingredient. My corrupted background is a bit more heavy than I thought it would be. Everything else looks fine though. Inch. Dark Dungeon 2 the same as 1? No, it's quite different. I would say it's a significantly different type of game. I don't know if you played Trine at all, but it's much closer to the change between Trine 2 and 3. 3 though? Is 3 the 3D one? Yeah. In full 3D. You can see it's not very well liked, this one. Trine is a really fun game. It's like a it's a puzzle platform. Yeah, it's exactly as the tags would say. It's a very pretty game. You know, first one released in 2009. This puzzle platformer game with co-op. And the first game, successful, great, enjoyable. I mean, what's it got? 98% positive, 95, 98. Trine 2, 94, 95. Yes, 3 characters merged into 1, yeah. Great game, again. And then Trine 3, they tried to go 3D. Like full 3D, and it didn't go well. I think with Trine 4, they went back to the 2.5D. Yes, the best-selling Trine series returns to the magic of 2.5D. Yeah, it's got pretty good reviews. Pretty game. I think they made a Trine 5. I didn't ever play past Trine 3 though. Yeah, it's pretty good reviews. 93% all time. Darkest Dungeon 2 is a mix. There are 3D elements, and it's less of a... It's more of a traditional... It's closer to like Slay the Spire in its mechanics than it is to Darkest Dungeon 1, with that persistent hamlet and the characters that you name and you level up, and then, you know, they pass away, right? So it's more of a traditional roguelike where you choose your... I won't say traditional roguelike, but it's more like Slay the Spire, where you choose like your starting character, in this case characters, and what you earn is for that run, and then you earn some things that you can progress. Hard to say. It's hard to say. Oh, you never played Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire was good. You're right, the 3D of trying to... I was just saying, like, the differences between Darkest Dungeon 1 and Darkest Dungeon 2 are like the changes were like going from Trine 2 to Trine 3. That transition, right? But you're right. I'm gonna get rid of that Latin name. Darkest Dungeon is good. What, me? I have to think it's good. I worked on the game. I'm allowed to like a game that I worked on. Okay, I'm teasing. Okay. Slay the Spire is really fun. Hey, Yanis, how you doing? There was one bug I wanted to fix too. With the camera, I remember seeing it. I've seen it twice now, and I always forget to fix it. You send something to the processing table. Oh no, it looks fine there. Never mind. Oh wait, I see the issue. It's when you move it between stations with while holding it. We need to rotate it if the player does that. Okay, I can fix that. Biased. It's true. I don't hate any of the games I've ever worked on. I do think that there are flaws with all of them. Some of them my fault, some of them not my fault. I just try to learn from all that and keep pushing on, right? I'm doing good too. More often than not, I hate circumstances around some of the games I've worked on. And less so the game. Pretty cool that you worked in a game that was so popular. It is really. It's a good button. I like that button. I was very lucky, I don't know, you could say privileged. I mean, it's not like I was just randomly picked, right? I was working on overhaul mods with the intention of getting some notoriety and some visibility. So it was a lot of luck, but also being in the right place, doing the right thing at the right time. Where do we want to put the corrupted toadstool? Or multiple of them? We have a lot of options. Being prepared allows you to capitalize on lucky things that happen. So there's an anime called Blue Lock. And I actually really liked their definition, how they described being lucky. In that, and I'm gonna paraphrase, I'm probably gonna butcher it too, but in general, they explained that people who are skilled enough, and I'm not saying I'm skilled, but people who are who are skilled and have good intuition can sway luck in their favor. That they are more often able to put themselves in the right place at the right time to be lucky, even though there's still an element of luck involved, right? We put these. I want to put the corrupted toadstools in a place that feels logical. You guys can help me if you want. Maybe we can think of somewhere to put these. I don't really want to put them in a cave. And I don't want to put them in some place that most players aren't going to find them, right? I don't want to like hide them necessarily. Replacing these corrupted toadstools corrupted. Show you what they look like. They look like this. These are a corrupted version of a ingredient. On the island, well, the player isn't supposed to get to the island. They can get to it right now because they can walk across water, because you can be Jesus in this game right now. I almost feel like we need some corrupted place where this feels logical to grow in. Do we have any place like that? I could build something, you know, we have like this area here. Maybe I can just build some like corrupted shrine or something and place a couple of these around it. And this would be pretty visible, I think. I mean, especially if we do something with some light. Dead grass. Ooh, yeah, I do have some like dry grass. It's not dead. I could take like these and make one that's like purple and I don't know. Dead animal card. Maybe, you know what, maybe I have something. You have an idea for your game, you could have a cult that worships the corruption, tries to speed up the spread by moving around special seeds and stuff. That could be cool. Cults, we should absolutely have a cult. Because, I mean, we could have a cultist come by and ask for potions, right? Maybe if you lean into spreading corruption, you'll have people looking for these like corrupt scope. It's true, scope creep. I mean, okay, we don't know number one how many NPCs we want and what types of NPCs you want. Let me see if I have like let me go to the bathroom. We're gonna see if we have like any assets that we could place that would fit here and would be kind of like evil feeling. So we'll do that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna set you guys up with a where do you guys want to stand while I go to the bathroom? I usually put you guys up here. But do you want to maybe stand on the bridge and look this way? You want to look into the desert? In the tower. In the tower. Okay, so like in this tower? You guys can maybe like look off one of these ways. Okay. And what weather do you want while we do that? What time of day and what weather? Militarized Cauldron, that's pretty cool. Night rain. Oops, I just placed 2 of these. I hope some good stuff. Let's see, let's do thunderstorm. And we'll set it to 19. Can't see where we are. Nice lighting. The FPS is really bad. I think it's because it's trying to build. Hold on. Let's let it build navigation first. I'll turn immersion mode on right now. You guys can enjoy it. My computer has very bad CPU. And playing it in engine is just terrible for FPS in the first place. Okay, enjoy this while I go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. It's in front of the sky. It is in front of the skybox. You're very right. I wonder if there's a way I could get it behind the skybox. Oops. I'll look up. I'm back. How was it? How was your time? Oh. It was cool. I'm glad. Very glad to hear that. Alright, let's see what we got. I want something that would fit the stylization, so maybe... I don't know if I have anything. Stylized Winter City. I don't want to buy anything either. Environments. Deep Elder Caves. Some kind of like altar would be nice. Ritual altar. I mean, I have stuff that definitely looks, you know, dark, right? That I could use, but it doesn't really fit the stylization. Not properly. Skyrim at home? What do you mean? What was it? Oblivion at home. Like a ritual. Voodoo ritual. Secret cavern temple. Anything free? Altar. Altar ruin. Oh, that's not. Nothing free. Analyze nature. First person RPG asked that was clearly modeled after Oblivion. Why? Medieval dungeon. I mean, maybe some of this stuff I could place. Yeah, I don't think I have a... Okay, I looked up stylized, I didn't look up cartoon. Cartoon Waters. Dungeon. I have. I can get away with it if it doesn't look stylized a little, you know, I can get away with a little bit. And maybe, you know, I could just place like this stuff down. I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Wait, what if we repurpose this? And made like this glowing purple or something. I mean, the only thing that I can think of that might be would be like the Paragon assets for free, but I think I have those. Or are these mostly characters? No, the Paragon, they should include locations. It's kind of fitting because Paragon flopped, and so it's considered like a cursed project from Epic, and now we can make it corrupted in our game, right? Is that the high-end mobile game from forever ago? I didn't know if it was mobile. Let's add it. How many gigabytes? 14 gigabytes. I'm gonna delete most of those. Okay. We're gonna choose what we want from here, what might look good, place it down and delete everything else. Or stop it. Cancel. Okay, it's not canceling, it's just going. Whatever, we'll figure it out. I can always just delete the folder. It downloads it to your local device anyway, so if you want to add it to any project again. I was just gonna put it into it. Yeah, I was gonna put it into a separate project, into the for importing, and then I'll just find out what we want to move over, and I'll just export that. I'll just migrate it over to Cauldron Chronicles. While this is downloading, you guys want to react to some Tim Kaine? His I'm naive and optimistic. Let's do some Tim Kaine.
Hi, everyone.
Hi,
It's me, Tim.
Hi, Tim.
Today, I want to talk about how
Tim, how are you doing today? Good. Good. I'm glad.
I'm naive and optimistic. This
Same.
may seem like a weird thing to say, and some of you are going, "Oh yeah, I can tell. I've watched this channel. I can tell." Others of you are going, "What?" And let me just talk to you about. I'm telling you this because I want you to know this, so this can be part of the lens through which you view my own channel.
You're very, very true.
I've always been like this. I've stayed this way despite some of the negative stuff that's happened. And I've also stayed this way despite of a lot of good things happening too. I've been told this by many people. Some meant it kindly. Some would pull me aside and go, "I think you're really being naive about this. You need to be worried about these folks." Other people have not been meant it kindly. They're like, "Oh man, you're so naive."
Yeah.
But they both said it. Both groups say it as if I didn't already know that. I know that. This is something that I'm a firm believer that people are a certain way. There's a certain personality or brain set that you have. And at a certain part in your development, most people are in their 20s, some people in their 30s, some people in their teens. This just gets set in place, and that's how you are. I know people who are happy and peppy. I know people who are always down. I know a lot of people, they're just neutral. They're just balanced. They're like, "Oh, here's this thing. That's not good. Let's continue." Now, events may happen that change them. Something may bring that peppy person down for a few weeks. Something may actually make that person who's always down smile. I've seen it happen. Crack their face, but it worked. And then I've seen those balanced people occasionally go, or, But within a week or two, they're back to their old selves. So I wanted to talk about this because you can watch this video and then maybe think about some of my other videos in light of the fact that I'm probably continuing to be a little bit naive and a little bit optimistic. Now, the optimistic part should be easy to see. If you've ever looked at my games and seen the feature lists that are on them, knew how long they took to make and how many people made them, you would probably go, "Wow, you were way overly optimistic to think that this could possibly be a good game with this few number of people and this many."
Tim Kaine worked on original Fallout. And probably some, I mean, I'm sure he's credits to others, right? Wasn't there one thing recently that I was pretty surprised that he worked on? I don't remember. Oh yeah, he was a programmer for Stick of Truth, worked on WildStar, Pillars of Eternity, Outer Worlds, yeah.
Could possibly be a good game with this few number of people and this many features. So I get it. I just always think, "Oh yeah, we're figuring this out. We're knock it out." Sometimes we did, sometimes we didn't. The naivete part is a little different. I've had other people tell me frequently how naive I am. And what's interesting is that things keep happening. People keep doing things that should burn that out of me. And not just employees, coworkers. Within weeks, I'm right back to being as equally believing and naive as I always was. And what made me think about even doing this video is I saw some...
Yeah, I feel like some of that might come from... I feel like some of that can come from passion, where you can put roadblocks in somebody who's like deeply passionate. And I think that maybe Tim is like that, I'm like that. You can put as many roadblocks as you want in their way. It's not going to stop them. You know, it might hinder them. They might have to go around it. They might have to change their life, but really we're naive because we know that there's the dream that we have that we want to make a reality, and nothing's going to get in the way of that. No amount of reality is going, or current reality is going to get in the way of the reality that we envision, right? And it doesn't mean that you're necessarily a visionary, but I think that some level of passion and if you are goal oriented and principle oriented, you have something that you want to achieve deeply, and you're not going to let anything or anybody tell you that isn't possible. And he's right. Like sometimes things might knock somebody down a peg for a week or two or even longer. But if you are deeply that kind of person, it's not going to change unless you get like severely traumatized in some way. And even then, it could just be a bout of depression, for instance.
Someone in a comment, I'm not going to call them out, but I was talking about how I was a little upset that people lie in interviews. And I've had people lie to me in interviews.
I fucking hate that.
I've even had that cause problems for me because I got yelled at later by a boss who said, I can't believe this person lied in the interview and you didn't catch it. And
I don't expect people to lie. I'm not good at catching lies necessarily because I'm not somebody who lies. I am a very principled person. And I think that I have difficulty understanding that the rest of the world doesn't hold the same values as me. So thinking I don't understand why people would do some evil things that they do, right? I don't get it. I don't understand why it would even occur to them to do some things. And I'm not saying that lying on your interview is the same as, I don't know, committing a murder spree, right? But for me, I don't pick up on it because it's like I wouldn't lie in an interview. So I'm not attuned to picking up what lies in interviews look like. And it's not something that I've had to deal with because I haven't had to do interviews. So it's just like, I don't know, it's better for some people, but for me, I don't automatically think, oh, is this person lying about what they're saying? Is this a lie? Is this a lie? I'm trying to focus on what they're saying, what they mean, and I guess that is naivety. Maybe mixed with some ignorance, right? But yeah, I'm definitely in the same boat as Tim here with this.
And my only response to that is I've never lied in an interview.
Yeah.
I've never lied to applicants to try to get them to come to a company.
Yeah.
And I've never lied to an employer, a potential employer, to try to get a job. And it is like alien to my way of thinking to think that someone would lie in an interview and feel completely justified in doing it. And that's the impression I was getting from some of the commenters on this channel that, hey, everybody lies in interviews. It's perfectly fine. I do it all the time.
What?
That blew my brain.
No.
I don't think...
Okay. Chat. Who in chat has lied in an interview? Have any of you lied? And I'm not saying that maybe you've talked up your experience a bit, like, oh yeah, it was, I don't know, maybe you could say that maybe that's kind of lying, but I've never lied. Have you guys like lied about, that's still, I agree, I think that's still lying. But like, to what extent did you make up a prior position entirely? Did you just embellish how much experience you had or responsibility you had at the company previously? Like, to what extent have you guys, if you have, lied on your interviews? I don't think I've ever lied in an interview, and I've also never actually had an actual job. So maybe there's something to this. Maybe. I can recommend don't lie on an interview. The bigger it is, the easier it will be to figure out, and it'll be very quick to figure out. Because the moment they're like, is he actually doing this? They'll just call up your previous employer. Bigged up things a little, but no outright lies. I've done that a couple times. And I don't try to do it, but I tried to explain what my role was, and I don't want to just state, oh, I just did this one thing, and that was it. It would be like more, even for like a job I worked for like 3 months, it was like, well, I wrote documentation, I organized, I blueprinted the method of making this feature with teams, and I prototyped this feature. So it's like my responsibilities were documentation, organizing with team leads to implement features, and prototyping features. I may have only done that for 3 months, but it was still like that's still what I did. But to me, even that feels like it was maybe a bit embellished. Every job I've had has been through direct recommendation. That's pretty lucky. That's nice though.
It's okay. I don't think everybody does it, and I don't think it's fine to do all the time.
I agree.
Despite that, I have a track record of believing up, sideways, and down the chain whatever anybody tells me. I have had employers tell me that they don't have any money for raises this year.
Oh, this is a good one. Also, a lot of companies ask for way more experience for starting level positions, way more than is necessary. I agree with that. I would think, okay, so I don't start by distrusting people until they give me a reason to distrust them, right? If I walk up to a stranger I'm not going to distrust them unless I have a reason to distrust them. I'm not going to just go along with whatever they say, but I'm not going to assume that the words out of their mouth are a lie. Unless it's very obvious or they've given me a reason to distrust what they say, right? And of course that comes with like learning. So right, you trust somebody implicitly, they break that trust, and now you don't trust them completely now. You know that they've lied to you. You know that they have the capability and they're okay with doing that. So now how much can you trust, right? So I think with an interview, I don't automatically think, oh, this person has the capability of lying, right? I don't want to go into an interview with somebody and think, oh, this person could be a liar. And I'm not sure I know how to switch that off. Like I just assume, okay, what you put on your resume is factual. Your responsibilities, what you say you can do is true. I want to give you the benefit of the doubt. The raise thing? I've been told that. What'd you send? I saw a job post the other day. Required 4+ years of experience in Fast API. Couldn't apply as I only have 1.5 years. And to reevaluate that years of experience equals skill level. I agree. Gut feelings are important. Yeah, they are. These people have given me every reason to distrust them as a general rule. I don't know, maybe I've just been burned too many times. I can understand that. I'm not going to argue with that at all. But I will say, like, I've been told too that we don't have any money for raises. And I will say there are some cases where I completely trust that. Like my dad is a business owner, right, for like 30 years. There have been times that I just know he would love to give people raises. He would love to pay them more. But he can't afford it. Like the business cannot afford it. And he works his ass off. He does crazy long hours just to make sure that food is being put on the table for these employees. Of course, they're working hard too. I'm not saying they're not, but it's like, no, it's not. It's a self-started business. I think he's at most had like 10 full-time employees, or 10 to 15 maybe. And that shrinks and grows depending on what they're doing or what kind of economy environment there is. But there've just been some times it's like, no, we don't have the money for it. Like we barely have enough to get through the end of the year, so we just need to try and find a way to make more money as a company. He's been able to keep that company afloat, and there have been some pretty difficult times. I'll tell you that. Very difficult times. But it hasn't gone under.
Employers tell me that they don't have any money for raises this year, forgetting that I had access, due to my position, to some of our financial records and going, oh, we did, you just didn't want to give them.
Oh, shit. Ooh. Oof. Exposed in 4K. I had one experience once, okay, and this really pissed me off. So I had one experience once where the employer Perfectly positive. Yeah, so maybe we'll be a bit nicer to Tim here. I had an experience once where the employer was definitely underpaying me. Like, I'm talking, I was making about 60% as much as somebody with a similar skill level in a similar position in the same industry. And I had been with that company for quite some time, right? I had been very loyal. People had attempted to poach me multiple times, and I had stuck with the company. And it was even somebody who was working for the company at the time wanted to quit, start their own company, and steal me. And it like an actual case of poaching, right? And I exposed this person, and I stuck with the company, right? I was very loyal. I did what I needed to do, and I worked my ass off for it. And they had promised me not only a raise, they had promised me stock options in the company, right? Which I was like, okay, I can build this up. I can realize some gains in that later in many years. And it just kept going, like just month after month after month after month, and they just wouldn't get it. They kept making excuses as to why they couldn't give it to me. Meanwhile, they were giving other people raises. I mean, maybe I'm naive, but I also I don't want to believe that people would just act like that and would lie to your face like that, especially for like a business where you're supposed to trust the people that you hire and you work with, right? Otherwise, it's not a good team environment. And I mean, maybe that's some of the reason that I'm naive is like, well, we're supposed to be a team. Teams shouldn't lie to each other and they shouldn't backstab each other. But it happens. It happens all the time. When I'm hiring someone as an artist, I do generally believe them, but I also feel like I don't have super demanding requirements. That's fair. I mean, I want to be able to hire people and trust them. It's like, I'm an adult, you're an adult. We're trying to work for the same goal. I'm not going to backstab you, and I don't want you to backstab me either. Like, every word out of my mouth as a business owner needs to be the truth to them. Like, look, I would love to give you a raise, but here's the budget. Here are the numbers. I mean, and this is just, I need to have a little bit of a buffer so that we can afford, if we need to outsource something, or if there's an issue, if like somebody quits and we need to replace them. We need to have this buffer. We need to have a safety net. Work with me here. I'm not going to lie to you and say, oh, I'll look, maybe we can, but we can't, who knows. Now, sometimes it's just, the numbers are not there for us this quarter. Let's see about next quarter. So again, the companies that laid off a ton of people that passed 6+ months and then posted record profits for their Q4. True. Hey, Frades. Happy Monday.
You just didn't want
Are you winning? Yes.
to give them. I have been promised bonuses that never materialized. I've been promised team organization that has never been come through.
True.
I talked about royalties and how they don't really exist. Part of the reason you don't hear about that is most people aren't allowed to talk about their contracts. So let me tell you what happened on Troika's 3 games. I won't tell you which one was which, but I don't think this violates any NDAs, and they're really old, and a lot of them are with companies that don't exist. But, so we had 3 games at Troika. 1, we had a contract for a percentage of the gross. This is extraordinarily rare. We didn't know it at the time, but we never had this before, and we'd never get it again. But what that meant was, every time the game sold, we got a little percentage of that,
Yeah.
of the gross. Well,
That's
that
insane.
company sent us 2 checks and then stopped. And when I called them to ask, they said, oh, well, we're starting to get returns. And I'm like, but that we get a percentage of gross. I'm like, well, we can't count this as a sale if the person bought it and then returned it. Then they started adding in COGS, cost of goods, packaging, the tchotchkes that went in, like the cloth map and all that. And I'm like, no, that's part of net. They're like, no, it's part of gross. They just kept saying, that's gross, it's gross, it's part of gross. And they never sent us another check again. One company that we made a game with, they sent us a few statements and then they just stopped. And I would ask for statements, and they're like, don't worry about it. You haven't come close to hitting the royalty point. And I'm like, I know, but I would like to see a statement to file that away. Then they just stopped returning my calls. And I've, just so you know, that was back in Troika, which existed from 98 to 2005. As recently as 2018, I asked that company about it. And they said they hadn't compiled them yet. They were behind. And I'm like, I'm 99% sure that as a public company, you have to have done those. But that's what they said.
Let me just do a couple of YouTube channels all about table bosses. Yeah, you can share them with me. One was getting a promotion and the company decides to just give you the responsibilities and title, but not the pay raise. I've had that. I've had that before. Like I said, when the company was paying me like 60% of what somebody in my position and responsibilities would have, yeah. And they tried, and when I tried to get a raise, okay, this was even worse. Okay, so they were hiring for a new designer, senior designer. I was lead. Okay, the posted salary of the senior designer was higher than what I was making. And they acted like I wouldn't see that. So when I asked them about it, and I said, well, look, I would like to be paid near the high end of what you're expecting to pay this senior. They said, oh, no, that's just the number. That was a wrong number that we put on there. Keep going, keep working. You're doing a good job. And they removed that number from the job posting. And then later they were like, oh yeah, we know that you deserve more. We're gonna try to get something to you, stock options maybe. We just need to work it out with our accountant or CFO or whatever. And then it was like 6 months later and they hadn't done anything with it. It's like, okay, I see what you're doing. You promise the raises to keep people working and, satisfied. You keep the pig fed. And then you just don't do anything. I'll stick a no carrot, yeah. It was a sprite of a carrot. And they were trying to tell me that it was a real carrot. What was he saying? There was something else I had stopped that for. Oh, the royalties. Okay, so I know people have definitely asked me about that before with Cauldron Chronicles and like Microraptor. Like, how is Microraptor going to handle? Are we going to provide a percentage of the earnings to employees? That to me is something that I just can't even. I can't even imagine what that's going to do to our financials until we have a publishing deal, because of course you have like Steam taking 30, taxes. Unreal, Epic taking 5%, and any other costs that you need to just maintain the business. As much as I would like to, until I have a publishing deal and we know how that's going to impact how much money we have at the end of the project, if things go well, I think that's really difficult. I'd rather just pay people. I'd rather just budget good salaries and pay people what they're worth than. We could share net profit. Again, I just don't know what that's going to look like from the number standpoint. Like, it's not that I don't want to do it because I think it's a great incentive, but until I know what the financials look like, and we don't know what they look like yet, I can't promise it, But it's like I don't want to underpay people and then promise this net profit sharing. But I do want to find a way that they feel incentivized to make a better game, right? Take those checks back to the company. Oh, shit. That would suck. Yeah, I'd like to have incentives. I want to make sure people are paid fairly. And generally, I'm thinking of even doing certain things like not having a limit on sick leave. I'm thinking about this. I need to work this out with somebody else who is in a similar position as me. Like, if I hire a producer, I won't be working for you then. if I hire a producer who's going to be working with me like a general manager, I also want to work this out with the team. Like, hey, I hire you, I trust you. I know you're not going to abuse this. And if you do abuse this, you'll get fired. But I don't want to put a limit on sick days. I don't want you to have to stress about needing to take a day off or needing to leave work early to pick up kids from school or maybe to go, to run some errands. What's important is that the tasks get done. I trust you to be an adult about this. Be an adult about this and do what you need to do as a human being, right? And I think that will remove some of the overhead to thinking about work, right? These are just plans that I can maybe like modernize the way that we do business with our employees and the way that they work for us without having that overhead. Isn't limit on sick days just an American thing? No, I mean, in Europe, you have a limit on sick days for sure. And you also, in like Poland, for instance, if you want sick days and you're on an employee contract, you are, I think, legally obligated to get a sick note from a doctor. So you can't just, like in the US, you can just say, yeah, I'm sick, I'm not coming into work today, and that's it, done. In Poland, you have limited sick days, and you would have to go to a doctor and get a note from the doctor saying, I'm not authorized or allowed to work on these days. I'm going to be doing basically the US thing where, look, if you're sick, just go rest. Go get rest. If you're lying about it, I mean, it is what it is. I'm not going to check up on you. If you need a mental health day, it's like, look, if you're truly suffering from some depression, or you're having a bad day, or something happened the night before and you were up late and your mind's racing, right? Take the day off. No excuses, no explanation. Just take the day off. You're not going to be working productively anyway, right? Well, for 6 days until I get not sick. I think the doctor's note is the same in the UK. I'm not sure. I just know how it is in Poland and US.
The third one never sent us anything as far as I know. I don't recall ever seeing a statement from them, a financial statement from them. Now, you might have thought, well, why don't you just go after them? Good luck. You can't really sue a publisher. First of all, it costs a lot of money. Second, the way accounting is done, it may look like you didn't make money. This has happened in the movie industry a lot. It happened in that famous case with the movie My Big Fat Greek Wedding, where they did a lot of accounting juggling and made it look like that movie didn't make any money. And in her case, she won, but in a lot of cases, they lose. Also, once you do that publisher will never work with you again. A lot of others won't either, because you're trouble.
Yep.
Lately, with digital sales, I think we may have recouped on all three of Troika's games, because I know a lot of people seem to be playing Vampire, and a lot of people are still buying Arcanum and Temple digitally from places like GOG, good old games. And especially on the one that's gross, I definitely think we're owed money. It's just good luck on recouping that. I could spend tens of thousands of dollars just to learn that no, they don't owe.
Yeah, there's, like you said, you either spend all that money to learn that they weren't wrong, or you would be fighting tooth and nail for this money and fuck yourself over. I think that in reality, companies just shouldn't. They promise this because it's a way to get people to work for them, right? They promise these incentives and then you never deliver on the incentives. I don't want to be in that case. I just want to make sure, hey, if we can afford this, of course it's something the team will want. But until I know that we can afford this and we can deliver upon it, which I don't think will be possible for our first game, but if our first game is successful, we could do something like that, then sure, then maybe, right? Sounds like you don't want to be working with publishers. Depends on the publisher. It really depends on the publisher. And I mean, this was an agreement from the publisher side of things for the individual employee. I don't really know what the explicit details are, but every publisher contract is going to look different, and you can get fucked by some. Others are going to be pretty good for you. Just depends who you sign with and what you sign. generally speaking, like, we're at a good stage with. He was saying, like, with Troika. I think he was saying with the 3 games that he worked on with Troika. But I don't know. I mean, these are just ones with the profit sharing, with, like, gross and net. The words matter, publishing deals matter, but it could just be that some of these publishers he's working with were not very great. I don't know. I've worked with some great publishers before, and I've worked with some bad ones. It happens.
Me any money. One statement you hear from employers a lot is, don't worry, we'll take care of you. Well, unless you have a contract for that, they probably won't. And as I've just pointed out, sometimes if you do have a contract for it.
Yes, and this is exactly the reason why Microraptor Games contracts with employees, all of them, will specifically state that we don't crunch. It will be in writing. You know, I want it to mean something when we say, you get this thing, you get this benefit, and legally, you get this benefit. Not just, oh yeah, take it, you know, trust our word. Because bad times can happen. One little excuse can compound, especially if you are stressed or pushed into a corner. And I want to make sure that not only am I held accountable, but everybody on the team is holding everybody else accountable, right? Where if we are hiring and we're constantly saying, no, we don't crunch, don't crunch, don't crunch, don't crunch, you've worked too much, go home, stop working, go home, enjoy your evening, enjoy your weekend, that we can just police ourselves and ensure it's never going to happen. And that's going to be in our contracts, and it's going to be in our contracts with publishers too. And if they don't like it, I'm not going to sign it. They're not going to force us to overwork ourselves and crunch just to meet a milestone. Simple.
They probably won't. But still, I go back to this naive. The next publisher is going to be great. And just so you know, and to be fair and balanced, I've seen this from employees. I've talked about this in other videos. I've been told, hey, the engine doesn't support this feature. And it did. Sometimes I was the one who found out it.
I'm lazy and I don't want to do the work.
Sometimes it was we discovered too late. Oh yeah, it supported that feature, and we totally could have had it in the game. I've been told by a lot of employees, oh, don't worry, I'm going to stay late and do this work. And then I buy them dinner, and then they leave right after dinner. I've been told, oh, I love this genre. I'm really good at it. I'm going to be super good in this game. And then I found out they've never, ever, ever played a game of that genre. And you realize it really quickly when they start saying and doing things. You're like, I've never seen a game in this genre do that. Oh, yeah. Well, and they can't support what they're saying. Not that I don't like new ideas, but if you tell me, oh yeah, I played a lot of RPGs that do this, and then you can't name one.
Those are called liars. And in all honesty, that is not an accident. It's not an accident. It's not minor. I mean, that is a malicious, well, define malicious, but hey, let's just put it this way. It is a lie. It is a lie. And you should not hire somebody like that. If you cannot trust your employees, you should not employ them. And if you can't trust your employer, you should not be employed by them. That's kind of one of my general rules. And I've worked for places that didn't trust me, and I quit. And I've worked for places where I couldn't trust the people in charge, and that was also a deciding factor in quitting. So, just look, I mean, I know not everybody has the luxury of choice, especially in game dev, right? We're getting fired. We don't have choices right now. But at the same time, if you're not working with people that you can respect and that you can trust, you don't have a cohesive team. You have a bomb waiting to explode.
A prototype.
Thanks, Blindfish. I think it's tough. I think it's tough to ensure that the people you're hiring are trustworthy, but you need to stay on top of it, and you need to understand that if they maliciously do it once, there's nothing to stop them from maliciously. And you'd probably be better off finding somebody else, as difficult as that might be. because it can sabotage you. It can sabotage you. Especially like, oh, the engine doesn't support this. Well, this was promised to the publisher, and we need to sit down and figure this out. Or if I'm going to take you at your word, then we need to completely change a system, push a release date back or something. One small thing, one small mistake, one small lie can all boil over. Need a category for stream software and game development and psychological advices. I love reacting to Tim Kaine. He's just such a knowledgeable dude and nice. He's nice. I want to meet him one day. Be really cool to sit down and have a beer with him.
One thing that's happened to me
Absorb.
frequently is someone who say, look, I'm going to finish this milestone or I'm going to finish this project before I leave. They've submitted like, hey, I'm going to go look for a job elsewhere. And they have reasons, they're moving, a spouse is moving.
Look, most of the time, if somebody's going to leave the company for whatever reason, they're probably not going to finish up their work. And some of that might not even be intentional or malicious. It could just be they didn't realize how much of their daily routine was settled by working at this place. And now that they need to maybe move, they need to find a new job, there's stress, there's additional expectations of them. Maybe they're trying to get integrated at a new company or doing interviews. They just don't have the time that they thought they would to finish that thing before they leave. I've seen it be malicious. I've seen it not be malicious. Sometimes it just is the way that it is.
They have a sick relative or they just want to work in a different genre. But they usually say, don't worry, I'll finish up this milestone or I'll finish up this project. That's happened frequently. And every single time I believe them. And not only has this happened to me frequently, I've had the same person do this to me twice. And I believe them the second time because I'm like, there's no way they do this again. And they did. And guess what? It went right back to believing other people afterwards. And this, by the way, this goes both ways in terms of me being naive and optimistic, and people telling me, oh, this is bad to you or whatever. I've been told multiple times at work to be quieter about things. Stop talking about things. Don't talk with other people about these things. When I was at Obsidian during Outer Worlds and I was telling people, yeah, when this is done, I'm planning to retire. I'm going to go retire. Several people came up to me and said, you really need to stop talking about that. Some of them meant you really don't want to tell people you're retiring because it makes it sound like you're not really caring about what we're doing here. And other people were like, you need to stop talking about retiring because it makes people feel weird, makes people feel bad because they're never going to get to retire. And I'm like, I want people to know that starting on the next project, they're going to have to step up because I'm not going to be here to do these.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Look, I've worked at a place, or I've worked at a couple places actually, where they have actively silenced, or they are actively silencing people or intimidating people to not talk about things that are happening that aren't good. And I'm not even saying that retiring is bad, but I'm just saying in general, I've worked at places where if you say that, oh, this feature is bad, it feels bad to play, I've been blamed for lowering morale of the company in order for, just by the mere idea of stating that, hey, this system, yeah, it feels like shit and it needs to be fixed. I hate that. That is absolute bullshit, and it's the exact reason why a lot of games probably ship with major problems. I mean, that's one of the, let's put it this way, that's one of the reasons. There are so many reasons why games nowadays are shipping with massive amounts of bugs, and they just aren't fun. Like, you realize, how the hell was this game worked on for like 5 years and released in this state? This isn't fun to play. At some point, when you have 100+ employees working on this, not one of them sat down for one out of the 1,500 days that they worked on this plus and thought, this isn't great. There's no way it happened. And you know what? It did happen. It did happen that they sat down, they played this, they said it sucked, and somebody probably told them, oh, we'll work on it. Oh, don't say that. or they got fired for maybe even trying to push it further, right? The moment you try to push, when there are people like that above you, it's friction, right? And they will either give way to that friction, but most of the time they got to that position because they're good at eliminating the people who pose a threat, right? And I've been there. I am somebody who creates friction, and I don't create it for no reason. It's not like I go into a company and I'm like, ooh, how can I fuck this over? It's more like, this is a problem. We need to fix it. And guess what? If the problem gets solved, if we talk about it and fix it, there's no friction there. That is just problem found. We talk, we fix, better result. But if you have problem found and somebody says, oh, ignore that, it's not actually a problem. And I mean, there are some good excuses for that, right? Like being a prototype, right? Like there are, of course, things that look shit in Cauldron Chronicles because it is a prototype. But if there was just something that I employed you, chat, and you come in and you say, oh, this system is unfun. And I say, looks, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to sabotage the game? Like, you know, we don't even know how the players feel about it, right? Why Boeing is using dish soap as lubricant instead of grease. People are not allowed to bring down the mood by saying they'll be running out of lube next Tuesday. That better be a joke. Okay, I see what you're saying, but at the same time, when I've said DD was really unfun to play, that could be a big point of friction in a team. Yes, I mean, look. Let me rephrase this a bit, because I think I explained it really poorly. Any disagreement is friction, right? Any disagreement is friction. It is a point that needs to be solved, and some people choose to solve it by removing themselves from the person that is disagreeing, right? And that happens in real life, and I think that in some cases that's very healthy in real life, right? You go up to a random person on the street and you disagree about politics. The healthiest thing, if it starts to get heated, is to just walk away, right? Some people will actively push against this, right? And you turn from a disagreement into a fight, either physically or, you know, through yelling. And that is, of course, is not great. Some people avoid conflict altogether, and I will tell you, the people who avoid conflict should not ever be hired to make a game. Anybody who avoids conflict is not a good... I'm going to say something really hardcore. You guys are going to... Super hot take. If you avoid disagreement, you should not be working in a high-intensity team environment. Anything. Okay? Because you are expected to fulfill a certain role and to try and make something better. If you are avoiding conflict, you are avoiding essentially issues and even the attempt at trying to find ways to solve them. And I've worked with people like that. I fucking hate working with people like that. It's like, you come to me with a problem, we just need to solve it. It doesn't need to be a whole big thing. But if you avoid coming to me with problems because you don't want to start a conflict, now nothing is getting solved. Now this thing that is bad that I didn't see is remaining bad. You are not being an asset to this team by actively, purposefully seeing issues and avoiding bringing them up because you don't like the conflict. And look, maybe you can get away with this if you're in some junior tiny position. I don't agree with that take, but maybe you could make an excuse for that. But if you're a designer, if you are a lead, if you have some level of responsibility, that is one of your responsibilities, is to solve problems, especially as a designer. You are in charge of so much of the game's direction and vision, and one small choice that you make could cost the team massively. And if you choose to ignore something that is clearly a problem, then what are you doing? You're not helping anything. It doesn't make the product better. It doesn't make the game better. It doesn't make your team better. And it doesn't teach you and the other people how to have good conflict resolution. Cussed out family members for that. Godfrey's, there's no way. Boeing. What is Boeing doing? Persons A, B, and C does something B doesn't like. B complains to C. A is oblivious. B then complains to C. Oh, A hasn't learned. They're still doing it. Slaps B. I get really... I recently talked to somebody. I'm not going to name names. Okay? I've worked with him before, and I like him. I like him. I think he's good. He was telling me that my way of hiring people, like I want to hire people for my company based on values first. That doesn't mean that skills don't matter, but that when I'm choosing employees, the values are important because skill can be learned. If you are not as skilled as this other person, you can learn that, but the values, the principles that you stand by, they're not going to change when I hire you. Okay, these are something that I want to make sure that you fit within the culture of the team and the goals of the company. And our goals are to be transparent, collaborative, and ethical. And if you're somebody that breaks this, that will hide things from players, or you are a lone wolf, or you want to add microtransactions to the game because it'll make more money, or like, let's just say like NFTs or something. You know, you're an NFT bro, okay? These things go against the company values. And I do not want to hire you, and I will not hire you. And if I do hire you because I think that you fit this and you show that you don't, you will be let go. And he was trying to tell me that this way of hiring doesn't work. And that it will not be successful. His 10 plus years of working he's never seen this working. And I just said, well, I disagree. I absolutely disagree because we can see that it works. We can see teams that have these common goals and values and they create successful games. Oh no, that's not possible. Blah, 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 it's not possible. And I'm just like, okay. I was getting a bit frustrated. I was like, tell me how it doesn't work. I will argue with you. We can disagree. Just tell me why it won't work. Oh, I don't want to argue. It's one of my principles. I don't argue. Bitch, what? What? You can't just come in here, start a fire, say that the fire is okay, and then when I say, why did you start a fire? You're like, oh. It doesn't work that way. He was cold. he was cold. Look, I would have accepted that, okay? But it's not even like it's some crazy thing. It's not like, oh, we're gonna try to hire people with 4 fingers only on each hand because statistically speaking, that means that they have less grip, which means that they've tried harder in life to grab things and they've developed extra senses to grab things with only 4 fingers. It's like, no, all I want to do is hire people who are trying to make good games, be part of a team, and not fuck over players. I know tons of people like this. How is this some difficult task for me to find others who believe in these same values? These aren't rare values. You tell the person that this kind of attitude wouldn't get them hired here? I should have said that. I was actually just really frustrated. Because it's not like it was some... He didn't have any arguments. He just said, oh, it's not going to work. Oh, it's not going to work. And I'm like, okay, but why? Oh, I don't want to argue. Then what was it? Then what did you want to achieve? You just wanted me to sit there, to bend over, to spread out my ass cheeks and let myself get rammed and say, okay, thank you, sir. Have a nice weekend. Okay, I'm getting off track. Tim, what were you saying? I didn't ask for an argument, just to yeah, I was. Well, I mean, I use the word argue. Like if you want, I can. About to get spicy, okay? Again, no names. After a bunch of that, I said, I don't care how long or how difficult it is obtainable. That is all I need to know. I will not sacrifice my values just to obtain more money, and I will not allow anyone to join the company who disagrees with the direction that the company is going in. Simple as that. And so far, I have had resounding success with meeting publishers who agree with this, meeting studio owners who have implemented this successfully, and meeting developers who want to be a part of this. You can either make the dream a reality or believe that it isn't possible and die without being a part of it. Now, if you'd like to point out how any of our company values, transparency, collaboration, and ethics, are impossible to find in employees or impossible to serve to customers, I'd love to hear arguments. No, man, I'm not here to argue or doubt about what you want. I'm happy that you are running out your projects and are advancing according to your values. I'm really glad about it. I tend to not argue because I literally consider it a waste of time. It doesn't matter who, what, or when. Think of that what you will. I didn't work closely with him. I worked with him, and I thought he was like, okay, he's pretty cool. But after that, it's like, you can't, number one, don't avoid conflict. And number two, this wasn't a big conflict. It was just, he said it's not possible. I think it's possible. So I was like, okay, we clearly disagree. So what are your arguments? Apparently not much.
Maybe they're never going to get to retire. And I'm like, I want people to know that
that's what we're talking
starting on the next project, they're going to have to step up because I'm not going to be here to do these things. But I stopped talking about it. I was also told that I repeated myself frequently between the team and admin meetings when I gave my weekly summaries. We had weekly meetings in both, and I would summarize what happened. Someone said, hey, I noticed you're repeating yourselves in those
That's
two
good.
projects.
Repeating is good.
And I was like, of course I am.
Yeah.
They're two different audiences. So, you know, you may have been at both, but most people aren't. And his point was, well, you're telling the team some things I think you should only tell admin. But also you're telling the admin some things they don't need to hear. And I was like, can you be specific?
Oh shit, I've been here. I have specifically been in the case where I've been told a lot of things that I was told I shouldn't tell the team. And the first thing I did when I got out was I told the team. Maybe you can see why I was considered a friction creator, right? But there were things that can't. Yeah, it's like I don't see why the team shouldn't know this, and I would just made I made my best judgment, right? Because sometimes there were things that I was told, and I'm like, I don't think I should tell the team this. It's not like I was hiding something that they needed to know, but that it wasn't like maybe it was like a deal that was being worked on and it wasn't finalized. And I was like, well, it's not a final thing anyway, so why do they, whatever. But if it was something like, I don't know, I'm just going to make something up. This isn't real. But it's like, maybe our sales aren't that good. And the publisher is probably not going to continue with us. Or let's just say that they would have said that, like, specifically, our sales aren't great, publisher isn't going to continue working with us. That's like, yeah, I wouldn't like openly make an announcement for the team, but I would just say it like, yeah, I think this is what we're going to have to do. And, maybe we can find a way to fix that, or I don't know. It's like, yeah, just be candid. And that person paid the price, but others in the team say I should do that. And I'm like, well, if you don't, probably be here longer than me. I get it. I get why you might not want to deliver the bad news to the team, or you want to word it in a specific way. But if you are deliberately hiding things from the team because you think that they can't handle it, or you don't want to lower morale, then I don't think you have respect for the team in the first place. That's my hot take. And if you don't have respect for the team in the first place, then why did you hire them? Work makes the dream work, yet. That's Daddy Raptor, by the way. Why are you watching me? It's so early. Well, maybe it's not. No, did I just break my... Uh-oh. Okay, we're okay. I didn't break my pencil. Come on out. Okay. Baby boy raptor. Yeah, it's like I think for me, because maybe it was just again I was naive, I was young. I think by bad experiences, I just realized that if you can't trust your team, who are adults, and in my case, I'm pretty fucking young, right? I'm gonna be hiring people that are older than me and are much more experienced than me. If I can't trust them, why did I hire them? And if they can't handle the truth, then they're not adults. And guess what? They're all adults. They can handle the truth. They have heard worse things in their personal life than your business can ever tell them. They can handle the tough aspects. And what they need when they hear that is they need a leader who can lead them out of that, right? They need the shepherd, right? And so you just need to deliver bad news and you need to be like, it sucks. It sucks. And either I know a way out of this or I don't know. And we can find it together. Commander Shepard, exactly. This is my favorite story on the Citadel. Don't spoil things. My dad has never played Mass Effect. And when I visit next, I want to get him to play Mass Effect. He loves sci-fi. He's like big Stargate, Star Trek, probably a bunch of other shows. He would love Mass Effect. I want him to play that. Stargate for the win. It's a long experience, so I think we're looking at like 60 to 80 hours of gameplay. But man, is it one of the best gaming and sci-fi trilogies ever made. It's unforgettable, and it's very emotional. Okay, let's continue.
And very general at that point. And it was just a weird thing about, hey, if you think you should tell these two groups of people the same thing about the state of your project, you're being very naive. Never quite figured out what that was. But it came up several times.
Are your rules? Yeah, it does.
If you still don't believe that I'm naive and optimistic, look at this channel and its comments. Most of them, 95% plus, are way, way positive. But that still leaves that 5% or so of people just constantly digging at things. And people telling me that I'm way too optimistic about the state of the industry, about where things are going, and that I'm very naive. Some of it is just, I don't get why this isn't sticking. Like, no matter how many times I credit other people I've worked with, and how many times I pointed out my own mistakes and things I'm bad at, I still see people make comments about how I blame everybody for everything. I'm always blaming other people.
Yep. I've had that
no matter
happen.
how much detail
I've had that happen. I specifically had that happen at a previous job where exactly that thing where I am always the first person to criticize my own mistakes. Like usually, if there's something wrong with design, I will simply state it, and I will try to be the first person to state it because I believe that being the first person to state it makes other people more willing to speak out against it. Right? If they know that you think it's bad, they feel a bit better about saying that it's bad too, right? It's I guess you could say it's the I'm Spartacus thing, right? Where nobody wants to be the first one to stand up, but the first one who stands up has the balls. And it's great that other people stand up and can say the same thing. By the way, great movie, Spartacus. Kirk Douglas, still alive. Kirk Douglas is still alive, and that man is a dinosaur. Oh no, he died. Never mind. I thought he was still alive. Look, looking past the fact that he's dead and that I thought he was alive, oh, I feel bad. Kirk Douglas. Looking past that, what was I saying? I got off track. I like to be the first person to admit my mistakes, and I've been in the case where I point out flaws. I say, look, this design sucks. This system sucks. And it needs to be overhauled. We need to get to it. I've still had managers say, oh, you're never wrong, are you? Bitch, I'm always wrong. Oh, you're the best. You just think you're the best at design. Who says this? Who said that? And I realize that I think they're just... If I had to guess where it comes from, actually, I don't know. I don't really know exactly where that comes from. I can't imagine being in that spot. And I mean, maybe they just don't know. Maybe they don't see it, right? Maybe you say that you're wrong, but you don't say it in front of them because maybe, it could just be coincidence, right? Like, this is a boss. He doesn't see you all the time. It's your team that sees you all the time. Maybe they see this part of you, and whenever you're with this boss, that person doesn't notice it, right? Maybe that's it. Those kinds of people probably think they are never wrong, maybe. Or maybe they're just looking for a reason. Maybe they're looking for something to attack you with because they don't like something about you and they don't know how to verbalize it. I don't really know. But I've had that happen on multiple occasions. It's like, if I fuck up, I fuck up. There's nothing bad about that. I mean, everybody's human. Everybody makes mistakes. And yet there are still some people that... I think it's just because I argue hard. I argue very hard. When I believe in something, when I have a position, and I am quite sure that I'm right, because nobody's going to hold a position if they don't think that they're right, correct? So if I have an opinion and I think I'm right about it, I will defend it, and I will defend it hard. And the more that I believe it, or the more that it ties to my principles, the harder I'm going to defend it too. And because I am not just immediately a pushover to everything, I think that those instances where I defend hard get stuck in their brain more than the ones where I do something and I'm like, oops, I fucked up. Let's fix that. It's just like a one and done, as opposed to this maybe kind of week-long issue, right? I just said you want to have those in your company then. I hope not. I mean, I hope that I'm not going to be that kind of person in my company either. A lot of middle managers who don't like it when their underlings are really contributing to the output. Yeah, I think there are some people that feel the higher up you get, right? What is it? The higher up, the bigger the fall. Where they feel threatened by somebody who is performing better than they think they can perform, especially in something that they specialize in, right? And I feel this. I absolutely feel this, and it's constant work that you need to do to yourself. Where, let's say I work with another designer who maybe has a little bit less experience than me, but is clearly better performing at something. It's like you have to fight this constant feeling. It's like, no, don't be jealous. This is good. You're on the same team. You're doing the same thing. You have the same goals. It doesn't matter if they're outperforming you in this. Learn from that. Learn from it. Ask them why, how they did this, what their thinking was, and grow from it. And it's not an immediately thing where I'm magically able to do this. No, I absolutely feel jealous. I absolutely sometimes feel a little bit threatened. And it takes a lot in order to just be like, no. Positive thoughts. Same team, same goal, same game. Anything positive is positive for the end goal. Middle managers aren't responsible for the success, then it shows that they aren't necessary. Yeah, that's true.
Really, like, excruciating detail. Like the video I did on loot tables. I talked about how to organize them, populate them, use them, code them. That. People still wanted more. And I was like, what more do you want? Do you want me to actually post code? And I think some of them do. And I'm just like, they literally want me to do what will be their job in game dev. This is what you're supposed to be doing yourself.
I'd love to see his loot tables.
And yet, I still keep making these videos. I still keep hoping that some people are going to hear what I'm saying and get what I'm saying. And you know what? Some of you do. And that's why I keep doing it. That is the optimistic part of me. I'm going to keep doing it because I think a lot of you are reaching the right conclusions. That, the game industry has a lot of pros and cons. They're all, I'm showing them all here. I'm trying to tell the right stories, and I hope you're hearing it. And I wanted to wrap this up with what a friend and colleague that I worked with for over 2 decades used to tell me. He said, Tim, you like tilting at windmills. And he goes, that is both your biggest strength and your biggest weakness. Don't stop. So here I am, tilting at windmills. Hope you like it.
What does it mean, tilting a windmill? Is that like you're throwing it off balance? What does that mean? What? I've never heard that saying. You're like tilting. Somebody explain that to me. Tilting windmills. Never heard that. Use time and energy to attack an enemy or problem that is not real or important. Okay, yeah, I've been there. I've been there. I've been there. Look, there are things that sometimes when you are somebody who is like built for finding problems and finding solutions to problems like me, or especially like game designers in general, right? Like you can see red flags popping up because you are constantly thinking about the future of the game rather than just, I don't know, implementing something in the here and now. And so you can see these trains approaching from the other direction. And yeah, some things that I think are a problem end up not being a problem. And I can dedicate a lot of energy and a lot of focus to advocating for to talk about a problem or find a solution to something that sometimes it ends up being something that isn't really worth it. I try to, to make sure that the ones that I'm dedicating my most energy to are the ones that are the biggest problems. But it's not always going to happen. Another great Tim Kaine video. That took a lot more time than I thought. We're going to have to get back to working on the on that part of our level tomorrow, which is fine. We still have the rest of the week. I'd probably have to get going to... we should delete that. Hold on. I gotta delete some things. Don't need this. Don't need these. Might have to get going to the store. Yeah, it's fine. Save those. Unless you guys really want to watch one more Tim Kaine video. We can find something that sounds interesting. And we can do one more reaction. Maybe it's a terrible time for games. New Gymquisition? I don't watch much Gymquisition. Base, Crunch, Perseverance. Perseverance sounds like that. Perseverance sounds like one that we can get really excited about. We can inspire. Let's get inspired by Tim. Let's watch Perseverance. And if you have any distron that you want me to watch, throw it in our Discord into the React channel, and we can get to it there too. That could be nice. Let me close some things up, and we'll watch that. I guarantee you we're gonna have time later this week, probably, to get to things, because we're gonna be wrapping up the build, so it's not like I'm gonna have anything to add to it, and we can just kind of chill out for the last day or so, and do whatever. Maybe play some Balatro and talk about games, because it's like the last day, unless there's a big bug that I need to fix. What am I going to do one day before the end of the build? Perseverance. One more Tim Kaine, and then I'm going to get going to the store.
Hi, everyone. It's me, Tim.
Hi, Tim.
Today I want to talk about Perseverance.
Yeah.
Specifically, I want to talk about all the speed bumps I had in my career.
No, you didn't, sir.
All the times I thought about leaving the industry, and where I think many of you probably would have left. And...
oh, no. Oh, I have so much to say about this. I shouldn't have clicked this video. This is going to be an hour-long reaction. Oh, I've had so many times I've thought about getting out of the industry, and it wasn't because I hated it. It's never been because I hated it, but it's because I've gotten burned out, and I thought that I hated it, but like, after more thought, I realized that I was just getting burnt out. I've had cases where I just couldn't find a new job. I was sending hundreds of applications out, and I couldn't find a new job. And that was disheartening. I didn't know what to do. Like, I didn't. You feel like you don't know where to turn because you need more experience. You want to work with people who are more experienced than you, but you can't meet them because you don't have enough experience to really network properly with them. Or maybe you don't feel like they would respond to you. That happens a lot. And I will tell you, you'll find that a lot of people, industry veterans, will respond to you if you send them a message. And there are times where I thought I couldn't achieve my goals in the industry, and I might as well just go find a different job because it'll be more stable and less stressful. But I keep coming back to it because I love it. Love it. My passion is the reason I stay in here. No, it's like if I feel like I sent 1 million of resumes out for years, yeah. The reason why I started Microraptor is because I spent about a year trying to find a job, sending out my resume, 0 interviews. And I think some of this was not only because maybe I just need more experience, but I think that my portfolio was just terrible. It didn't look good. I didn't update it properly. Some of the ways it's just that you aren't selling yourself properly, or maybe maybe the right job hasn't come across your lap, right? There's so many reasons, and they can all be disheartening. But if you aren't moving forward, then you're either being stagnant or you're moving backwards. And so perseverance, it's about moving forward. It's about dealing with these bad points. I'm sorry I paused Tim at such a bewildering spot here. Sorry, Tim, if you ever watch, I'm sorry. I can't pause you at a good time. Every face we make when we're paused, it looks terrible. It's just a human thing.
I wanted to make this positive because I wanted to point out
let's be positive.
I did persevere, but several times on this channel,
the game industry will get better. Okay, if you stick with it, and unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of you that might not stick with it. Like, I hate to say it, but most of the people that want to get in the game industry don't get into it. I'd say out of the average 10 people, let's say 50 people that want to get into the industry, or let's make it 100 for easy math. Out of the 100 people who want to get into game dev, I would say at best 10 of them will try. And of those 10, I would say 3 of them at best will. And of those 3, 1 of them is probably going to last more than 5 years. That's very conservative estimates for those. Because it is ruthless, it is difficult. You are competing with hundreds, if not thousands of people for jobs. And you're going to have to do a lot of work where you will not get any money in order to even compete. And it sucks. I don't like that it's this way, but it is this way because it is just a very... it's a very desirable job. That does make crazy eyes lay. It does. I mean, I do too.
People have said, hey, you had a great career. And I'm like, there were some speed bumps. And also recently I talked to someone who'd been in the industry as long as I have. And we were both amazed that there were always times where it's like, well, I guess this is the end. I guess this is where my career ends. And then it didn't.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go over some times where I think that happened and just talk about like what was going on in my head. So my first job was at Pegasus Software, which changed its name to Cybron, making Grand Slam Bridge. And I started there in high school. And when I went to college,
it's crazy.
They kept having me come back over the summers, but it shipped in 1986. And so the following summer, I didn't have a job. And I had lined something up doing a compiler code. And then that fell through. And that was my mom said, don't work. Just take a summer off before you go to grad school. And then, of course, I went to grad school and I started working on my PhD. And I did get my master's, but I eventually walked away from my PhD. And this is where I think a lot of people would have once they left the industry, not tried so hard to get back in. And
Yeah.
it is, in some ways, it's harder to get back in
Yep.
the industry if you've never been in it. If you've left for a while, it's kind of hard to get back in.
Yep.
But also
100%.
there's the whole sunk cost notion of, well, you've already spent, depending on how you look at it, I either spent 4 years on a PhD or I spent 2 years on the master and another 2 years on the PhD. But a lot of people would be like, oh, you've already spent all this time on the PhD, you should just keep going. So there was a lot of encouragement not to go back in the game industry or even stay in the game industry,
Yeah.
since I'd been doing a lot of LP Mud game coding on my own. So I overcame that and I went to work at Interplay. But then a number of things happened at Interplay that I think made me wonder if this was for me, but also made me think, I bet you a lot of people would have left the business at this point. The first one was the fact that after being there for a short time, from probably about 3 years, I started getting more responsibility and more roles, like, project leader, producer, designer, in addition to being a programmer, just put on me with no corresponding raise. I got, I think, COLA raises, cost of living adjustments. But there was no, like, when my producer had too many SKUs and the executive producer said, Tim, you're just going to have to be the producer on what would turn into be Fallout, there was no raise. There was no additional money. There wasn't even a, hey, let's revisit this in a few months and see how you're handling the additional duties. When I asked him what was going on, I said, well, what's happening here? Because I feel like you're giving me extra roles and no extra money. He said, oh, that's how it works here. And he literally said,
That's how it works here, bro. Yeah, so what's about this whole case where they just keep giving me more work but no extra money? Oh, that's just how it works here. Yeah. First time? Yeah, that would be pretty. I don't think I would stay there. Especially if you're being dicked around that much. Like, I can understand where some cases you just need to do the work and the money's going to come later, right? There are times where it's just like, okay, we can discuss this, but we need the work done now, and then we'll give you the raise, right? Right? Like after things cool down a bit, and we can even pay you, compensation for the time that you spent doing these responsibilities. Of course, it happens, right? But I mean, after a certain point, that's BS. That's a thing a lot of big corps do. You should demand extra pay or quit. Yeah, especially I mean at places where you are sadly easy to replace. I mean, the fact that you are easy to replace, and in a lot of game dev, you are easy to replace. You're very easy. The only issue that they don't want to replace you is either because they're paying you very little, and you can use that as a bargaining chip. I've used that as a bargaining chip before. Where I'm underpaid, and they will not find somebody with my skill set for as cheap as they're paying me. You can get away with quite a lot if that's the case at some places. Or because they can't afford to lose you with the time that they would take to hire somebody new. So, but for the most part, especially at big corps, they run so efficiently in a lot of cases, and they could just move somebody over, or they already have 20 people in the department. Losing one person is not really going to hurt the burn rate of tasks that much. And if you show any sign of friction or you have any problem, gone, replaced, no questions.
it's pretend you're in a pool. We're just going to keep throwing you stuff to see how much it takes to make you sink. And then I said, and then you throw in a life preserver.
Repeat that.
And he literally said, it's pretend you're in a pool. We're just going to keep throwing you stuff to see how much it takes to make you sink. And then I said, and then you throw in a life preserver, right? And he just went, I bet you a lot of you, especially these days, would have been, time out, I'm bouncing.
Yes.
But maybe not.
I would have.
I did talk about in a video.
I wouldn't have quit
I
wouldn't have quit the industry, but I would have quit that place.
It was almost canceled. About a time I almost did walk away, and that was when I had found a house I wanted to buy, and I had saved up 20% for a down payment by not eating
That's
out,
good. 20%
not
down
buying a
payment,
new
that's good.
car, not doing a lot of things that all my other friends were doing. I had friends who were eating out every meal. They bought a new car every year or every other year. They were going to all kinds of concerts. They were doing all kinds of things, and I was saving my money up to the point where when I got the house, I had several people at Interplay who made about as much as I did say, "How did you do that?" And when I told them, they're like, not worth it. But to make a long story short, I liked the house. I talked to their mortgage person, and they just basically laughed at me and said, there is no way that you can get a mortgage here or anywhere. I don't know anyone. I don't know any programmer in Orange County making less money than you. And when I said, well, what if I had a higher down payment? He said, you'd have to have 100%. You'd have to pay for it in cash. No one is going to give you a home loan for this amount of money. You can see the video. It's linked below. And I remember thinking, maybe I should just go somewhere else. Maybe this is not worth it. Maybe this isn't for me. And I bet a lot of you would have bounced at that point. Now,
Yeah, I
Another
will
thing-
say that, like what you were saying, Distron, where like quitting that place is not quitting the industry. I do think though that there are some jobs in game dev that are so much more demanding than other places that will pay you far more and give you far better treatment. Why would you stay in the industry, right? Like designers, QA, especially QA, is a very difficult job. A lot of organization, a lot of tiring menial work that is not. It's not easy, and you have to do a lot of documentation and recording of evidence of each of the bugs that you find, and retest them and test them as best you can. Like, it's not an easy job. It's certainly not. Maybe you can argue of difficulty all day long that maybe it's not as difficulty as an art director, right? But it's not an easy job. It's not stocking shelves at Walmart, and yet, arguably speaking, you're going to have a better chance at benefits and less stressful work, and probably get paid roughly the same stocking jobs at Walmart. So like, why are you doing it, right? And it sucks. QA gets shafted. Design is next to get shafted. It's really weird that some of these places pay so little for jobs that are all important. They all require a lot of work, and they all make the wheel go round. And you take one spoke out of the wheel, you've now destroyed its stability. And in a lot of cases, that whatever that wheel's on will break. A lot of people would leave. A lot of people would leave.
thing that was just for me personally was homophobia. I have a video about being gay, a gay game developer. It's linked below. By the way, I did one video about that, and so many people were like, "Oh God, stop talking about it." One video out of now.
I can imagine. I can absolutely imagine that being a gay game dev at a certain point when he was getting his career off the ground, absolutely there was stigma. I mean, you can look back at like old episodes of The Office, right? And I'm not saying that show was. There was nothing wrong with that show, but that you could see that the way we still kind of thought collectively as a society about being gay at that time period. And it's not like that show has aged poorly. I just think that it's interesting to see how far we've come in such a short amount of time towards being gay. I could absolutely see, because his time getting into the industry was even before that there was 100% a stigma that he had to work very hard to get beyond.
300. That means 99.7% of my videos have nothing to do with me being gay, which was a huge part of my early game career and my current game career. But people are like, "Oh, just stop talking about it. It's not a big deal." And then I'm like, I had a death threat, a credible death threat, a death threat that Facebook had to take seriously, a death threat that made me shut off my social media accounts. People are like,
That's fucked up.
Okay, whatever. Homophobia was there. You can deny it, or I bet a lot of you already stopped watching the video, but it was there. There's a video below. I think a number of gay game developers would have bounced at one of those things as well, when they realized just how homophobic the entire industry was. And even people who weren't homophobic, there were no real allies. You didn't feel supported. You may not have felt attacked, but you really didn't feel supported. So, and then let's go into crunch. I didn't really have any crunch.
I think that it can come out, right? Like, I mean, how many times I agree with you. Like, I've worked with people of all sexualities, even ones that are not written down when you go to select it on a government forum, okay? And I don't care. As long as you aren't, it's like, okay, you're going home to your husband, you're going home to your wife, you're going home to your whatever you call them. Okay, I mean, have a nice weekend. But if you're bringing it into the workplace and you're making it something now that people have to, I don't want to know what you did with your straight, gay, or whatever husband, wife, person, dog, sexually over the weekend. It has nothing to do with our work. It's like, don't bring your politics into work. Don't bring certain things into work that you would not like to have criticized or talked about. Simple as that. Your politics really don't matter. Your religion really doesn't matter. If you mention it, I'm not going to be upset. But at the same time, right? And I think what he's saying is not that he was coming into work and saying, "Hi, I'm gay. Everybody acknowledge me," but just that it might have been mentioned. It might have been like, "Oh, hey, hey, do you have a wife? Do you have a girlfriend?" He's like, "No, I'm gay." And of course, there could be stigma. Again, this was many decades ago, where there absolutely was that stigma, and I can see it. I can see it. Nowadays, I think it's much better in that regard. I'm just more of a, I guess you could say, old school military type of don't ask, don't tell, because it just doesn't matter. Whatever you want to do is, you're an adult, do it, and hopefully it's, it's something that brings you enjoyment. But is it over? Look, if I say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry I'm late. I was with my, my wife was doing something, right? Or my husband was doing something." Is that oversharing, or is that just more sharing? Right? I don't think it's oversharing to say stuff like that and for the truth to come out from that, right? I don't think there's anything that he said here that's like I can't imagine Tim Kaine doing something that would be weird about that. Yeah, I think it's a normal thing to chat about your spouses, or if you're just with a group of guys. Most men are straight, and so you might just say like, "Hey, look at that chick over there," and you might say, "Well, I'm interested in dudes actually," and yeah, it's like, okay. If you ostracize in an era when it was known to be homophobic, you're kind of just setting yourself up. Yeah, but at the same time, it's not like the homophobia was good. Just because it was common doesn't mean that it was good. And I think that he's right that a lot of gay developers might have left the industry because of that. And other industries. I don't think there's anything wrong with what he's saying.
At my first game company.
Crunch, yeah.
And then let's go into crunch. I didn't really have any crunch at my first game company. Wow. Interplay was crunch central. It was crunch in all my games before Fallout, and I perpetuated it in Fallout, mainly because everybody who worked on it, they really wanted it to be such a good game that people were coming in on weekends and staying late. I didn't necessarily ask people to do that, but I did support it. At Troika, same thing, literally because we couldn't afford more people. The budget was fixed. There was no more getting blood from that stone, so we all did as much as we could. Carbine also had crunch, less than I'd ever had at Interplay and at Troika, but there was still crunch. Obsidian, the least amount of crunch I've ever had in my career, well, short of Pegasus Cybron, which had none, but very little. And what it was managed. It was like, okay, we're trying to wrap up the game. These things aren't working. They either have to be removed, which takes work, or finished, which takes work. And we did that. And we were fed, and people stayed late, and all the non-salaried people made overtime.
Yeah,
but crunch exists.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard one of my favorite talks about crunch and the culture that it develops is actually done by a producer at Obsidian, Kerry Patel. It's called like No Mavericks, No Martyrs, and it's a great talk that shows how even at the people, like he's mentioned, the people who were working on Fallout loved the game. They were passionate. How that can lead to an unhealthy culture that will inevitably lead to health problems and bad social relationships with the team. It's not something you should do. Look, the Maverick and Martyr are two people that we often consider positive forces in crunching, right? Management isn't forcing you to do this, but you are a martyr. You're like, okay, somebody's got to fix this problem. I'll do it. I'll stay late. And the Maverick is oh, don't worry, I've got it covered. I'm going to work late. I'm going to get this problem solved. These are both, you could argue that they're positive, but I actually think that they are negative. I think that they are both still crunch. They are still both negative. And when a company rewards that, it can spread like wildfire, and people feel like they need to follow in those same footsteps in order to be recognized and achieve as much as this person who is choosing to do this, usually sometimes out of passion, right? There just is never an excuse for crunch that is positive. Never. It's never a good thing. It's never a wise thing. I get that some places do it and they'll swear by it. They will say, oh, that's the only reason we've succeeded so much. Saving the company, I mean, let's put it this way. It's a valid argument. It's a valid situation. But let's just say that if you save the company by crunching and then you end up being burnt out of game development because of that, and you need a massive break, well, now the company doesn't have you to work for them. So, and now you've just sacrificed a part of your life, and what have you accomplished, right? I just don't know if there's ever let's just say fully positive, but passion. Passion can be weaponized, and passion is very often weaponized by shitty developers or shitty like employer, right? Dev companies, let's put it that way. Shitty companies will 100% weaponize new developer passion. A lot of junior developers have passion, and it gets burnt out of them. It gets fucked out of them in the worst, most gruesome ways possible, and they'll leave the industry, which is exactly what this is about. You will get fucked. The more passionate you are, the more of a target you paint on your back. And you will either succumb to it terribly, or you'll persevere through it. And build something better than what you experienced.
I am positive, given today's anti-crunch mentality, that everyone would have bounced at that point. That expresses that. You would have not, and I don't know where you would have gone. In the 90s, in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, I don't know where you would have gone and not had crunch.
He's right.
Maybe indie, but everybody I knew who was indie, they have another job to support themselves. So effectively, every hour they spend on their game is crunch because they're doing it after work, unpaid, on their own time.
100%
so
right.
There was a lot of that.
I love developers who want to work in their off time, but they need to realize that they are crunching. They're doing more work in a week. And that it is a very easy way to burn out by doing more, whatever work you're doing. Let's just say you do 8 hours behind a counter, you come home, you do another 4 hours of your own dev stuff, and then you go to sleep, right? You're still putting in 12 hours of work a day, okay? And it's not sustainable for most people over a long period of time. Anti-crunching watching videos. I'm almost crunching. I have not done 8 hours. Okay. But yes, I do anti-crunch by playing games on stream and watching videos on stream. And this helps to maintain me long term. Like short term, you could say, yeah. I mean, what did we have? We had We had Dragon's Dogma 1 on these Thursdays. We had Dragon's Dogma 2 here. We had Last Epoch and some Pacific Drive. Right? We played a lot of Pacific Drive. These are times where I'm not working, and no headway is being made with the game. But it is also preventing me from getting burnt out, and it builds me up to come back into the project and achieve something. And so far, it's been fantastic. I have not once felt burnt out of working. I have not once come to work and thought, I really don't want to work on Cauldron Chronicles today. Or I hate the idea of even thinking about Cauldron Chronicles. So whatever it is I'm doing, and maybe I'm not working enough, maybe I could push it a little bit further, and I could do more days of work and less of gaming. But at the very least, what's going on now, it's working, and I feel very good. I'm tired as fuck. I will be honest. I get really tired. I'm doing a lot. Maybe I kind of am doing some crunch off hours off stream, and that's gonna have to change, especially if we get funded. It's not sustainable, and I don't want to promote that to my employees. But I don't know if a company owner, like a CEO, can avoid it. I need to find a way that's healthy for me, and I need to find a way that's healthy for the team. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's absolutely crunching. I'm probably crunching. I'm just working for myself. I mean, it happens. It happens. It's easy to do when you're working with yourself, right? Because there's nobody asking you to do it. And if you're passionate, you might just want to do it. And it might be hard to take breaks because maybe you convince yourself that you should be working, that the only way that you'll succeed is to keep doing it. And for some people, it does work. And they're happy with that. But be careful, because especially if you have like family, if you have friends, if you want a social life, if you even want to play games so that you don't lose sight of what is new in the industry space, you need time to dedicate to that. And if you're spending it all working, you're not going to get time to experience that. And life will move by fast. And there are things that you're going to miss out on. You cannot experience all of life in one run, and you only get one run. YOLO.
Several times in my career where I stepped down, where I took pay grade and role reductions. Right. Going from Carbine to Obsidian, I not only went from being a director to a senior, but I dropped my salary by about 35%, maybe even 40%. It was a big drop.
That is a big drop.
I bet you a lot of people in that position would have just left the industry altogether. I could have just gone and gotten a programming job somewhere, made more money, had way less stress, but I didn't want to do that. I wanted to keep making games. I just didn't want as much stress as I had in the roles that are high up. There's
Healthy.
Stress at every role, by the way.
Yes, there is.
But it's a very different stress when you're in charge of things and you're being held responsible for every decision being made, even if you didn't make it, even if you were told to do it. Another thing, which most of you haven't been affected by yet, but hit me when I left Carbine and looked for other jobs, was ageism. I have a whole video about it below. It's called Ageism in the Game Industry. There were several jobs I went to where there were comments made, sometimes jokingly about, "Oh, you're older than my dad," or "Wow, I'm the age now you were when you made Fallout." Things that, like, I'm like, okay, I don't know what that has to do with the job, but okay. I bet you a lot of people would have just stepped down at that point. In many ways, the game industry is a young person's game, especially if you're a developer. If you haven't moved into management and production or, administration.
I didn't know there was like an ageism problem.
Do feel a bit. You look around, you're like, I don't see anybody else with gray hair on this team. So there's a bit of ageism. Now,
I can see it. I've never worked. What? No, that's not true. I've worked with old people. I don't think he's being uptight. I think he's not wrong. Although it's really weird to say you're like as old as my dad. That's weird. You shouldn't say that to the face. It's paused. Honestly, I've worked with a lot of old people. I like older people. I've worked with a lot of people with gray hair on them in my time, usually because they're the ones that are starting up these indie companies and being successful with it. They have experience, they know people. I should ask them. I should ask them if they've had that experience. I've worked with young teams and I've worked with some older teams. I have felt better working with older teams. They are usually more chill. They are much better about health. And they're very knowledgeable. I love working with I love working with people who are usually have gray hair. I had gray hair when I was 35. I should ask them. I would love to ask them if they've ever felt like that is the case. But I mean, if you're an old business leader hiring other older people, I doubt that they're going to have that stigma towards you, right? That's curious. It's giving me something to think about. Yeah, exactly. Well, people have experienced the shit bigger companies put people through. I didn't think about it, but I've worked mostly with older. Most of my time in the industry has been spent with older teams. Well, maybe that's not true. It's about equal, but the number of teams I've worked with that have more older people on it is greater than the number of teams that I've worked with that are mainly younger. Interesting. Yeah, I'd have to think about that.
You know, I think that's all the times I thought about stepping out. Now I want to tell you the point of this and why I called this video Perseverance and not times I thought about leaving. Because I want to make a positive thing here, and I want you guys to hear it. The reason I'm recommending to new devs to stick with it, at least for a while, is this. Look at all the opportunities I had because I stuck with it.
Yes.
You wouldn't have had any of those if you had quit at any of the earlier ones. If I'd quit when I couldn't get a mortgage, there would be no Fallout. There would have been no Troika. I wouldn't have done anything subsequent to that. I don't know what I would have done. Probably would have worked at some, tech company tweaking features on some web app that you use. And I know people say, hey, well, things are a lot harder now. And you're right. I'm not going to dismiss that. What you also have to understand and acknowledge is in many ways, things are easier now. I don't know if overall these balance.
Yeah, he's right.
Probably depends on your own personal situation.
He's right. There are things that are much easier now, and there are things that are much harder now. And especially, I think the hardest thing now is getting into the industry. I think it was easier back then, but I think that there are also way more companies and opportunities there are also way more resources for aspiring devs to get started in the industry. But if you're a junior trying to land a job, it was way easier back then. But also employee conditions have definitely improved since his days of working, that entrepreneurial starter days. And yeah, I mean, we could go back and forth of the things that are easier and harder, but he's right. It's a mixed bag. It was mixed back then, and it's mixed now, just a different mix.
If the things that are harder are much more personal to you or matter to you more than the things that are easier, then you're right. It's harder for you. But for some people,
let me rephrase just Throne, because I agree with you, but it's harder to land a full-time position with a company, is what I mean. I think it was much easier back then because usually you were competing with far fewer people, and because of you were operating in a local space to compete, you could move to a place with a game company there, and you could probably find a job working there. But you would have then faced situations like massive crunch and terrible pay that he was also saying that he had to deal with.
The barrier to entry is lower than it's ever been. It's easier.
The barrier to entry is lower than it's ever been. The barrier to move from junior to regular, I think, is much higher than it's ever been, and it's not getting better.
than ever to learn how to do things, and there are more game jobs. Yeah, there have been a lot of layoffs,
True.
but there are literally more game jobs today. And even with the layoffs, there are more game job opportunities today than there were for me back in the 80s and 90s, and I did it anyway. So I'm just saying, I know it's harder. I also know in some ways it's easier. You're going to have to find your own path. It's what I did. I'm just trying to give you some examples of where I didn't give up. And because of that, I made some pretty cool games. And I hope you can get the same opportunities.
It's true.
So, perseverance.
Perseverance is important. Definitely agree. I think everybody's got their own story of the difficulties that they had getting into the industry. I'm not going to share mine. I'm not going to sit here for an hour and talk about that. But we can always talk about it, casually while we're working on something. But there have been multiple times. I mean, I was struggling trying to get a job in the US that the only thing that I could think of doing was to move to a country where there were just more jobs available and where I thought that my skill set, especially being an English native, might have given me a leg up. And it did. And it helped me get more experience and meet a lot of people. But the number of people that are willing to do that, and rightly so, are minimal. Stealing our jobs and women. But I mean, I can't blame people if they're like, I don't want to move to a different continent and take my life in a completely different direction. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I still wonder, was that the right move or should I just have stuck with it? But here I am, I can't take it back. Aren't Americans more nomadic? I don't know. Maybe. Switching houses, places of life. Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably true. There's more space. If you're expected as well to kind of move out to your own place, but I don't know. That's a whole different discussion. Either way, he's right. He's right. Stick with. If you are really passionate about games, you will succeed. Keep sticking with it and keep pushing through the barriers. If you are getting stuck, find a different direction to move in. I mean, that's my advice. The number of times I've gotten stuck thinking that this is the way to succeed, and I was required to just, okay, well, I need a different way now. I thought making this game, I could do it. It was too big in scope. I don't know how to finish it. I need to find something else. Okay, so maybe I can try doing this thing, and I'll just go for it and just keep pushing, because the more you push, you will find that door that's slightly ajar that you can get through and come to your next set of doors. And it's going to be a continual set of doors where you're going to have to try the handle of each one to see if it's locked or just to kick it down. It's tough. It's tough. And if you're passionate, people will try to weaponize that. But don't give up. Just make games. Find jams. Game jams. Network. Find people. And moan. Never stop moaning. Are we doing with the language? I suck. Polish is hard. Either way, guys, I still have to get going to the shop. I've been streaming for like 8 hours. But we'll be on tomorrow. More Cauldron Chronicles. Maybe another video. Have a good one, mate. You have a good one too, Disthrone. And Lazy Fangs. And Edgelord of Gord, thank you for the follow. Mercenary Mage, thank you for the raid earlier. Twitch Dog Chow as well. Dezawu69, nice. Thank you for the follow. And Miker, whatever. Thank you for the follow as well. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a nice night. Be nice to your neighbors. Be nice to your family. And stay positive. Stay positive. Persevere. You can do it. Game dev is hard, but you can do it if you just keep pushing through. You will find your Moby Dick. And every Moby Dick has Moby balls. You can rub them. I don't know where I'm going with this. Fuck the haters. Fuck the haters. Just do what you need to do. I think I got this tank throwing thing down. Oh my god. Guide the raid? Okay, we can give a raid. Yuri? Let's do a raid, guys. To whatever weird, furry thing that Lazy Fangs is guiding us to. All right, guys. Okay. Prejudice. Yes, I am prejudiced. See you guys so much. Take care. Rating in 10 seconds. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Same time. Love you guys.